reason I've asked you to come out here today is because a matter of great importance and public interest has arisen, and I think it's important for everyone to have a certain amount of transparency as to what's actually going on in this case. I will start by saying this is not something I do often. I think this case is equally important to everyone, because if this is the type of conduct and these are the type of things that are done in this case when everyone is watching, you can only imagine what's being done when no one is watching. And I think these cases are incredibly important for that. And trust me, I have extensive experience in cases that are high profile where people are watching. And if you're sloppy and you do this in a high profile case, you absolutely do it when no one's watching. And that's a scary thought here. It's a scary thought when I employ all of you who are here to, we're trying to do our job. We want you to ask the tough questions. Don't take the guided tour. This case is not as simple and as open and shut as it has been laid out to be. You have only heard one side of this case, and what's coming out of it reeks. And I think all of you, it's your journalistic responsibility to seek out and ask them, why are you putting on a police officer who's lying on the stand? Why are you allowing that to happen? Why aren't you recording meetings with very important critical witnesses? Why are you not getting these statements completely locked down? And ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you there's a very good reason. And the reason is an obvious one. So I would ask that all of you, and even those who are listening, to seek out and ask these questions and hold them to their level of professionalism. And I can tell you this, it gives me no pleasure to stand here and do this. None whatsoever. I hate it. Hate it with every part of my being. But I will do it. I will fulfill my oath as an officer of the court and as the lawyer who's been entrusted with Shannon Gardner's life. They're not going to get away with lying in the court. We're not going to stop until we seek justice in this case. They're not going to get away by creating evidence. And we're not going to allow that to happen in this case. I certainly hope that if there's any ambiguities, that they clear them up immediately, that they explain why they didn't record that meeting, why they didn't file a police report on that meeting, why Detective Johns is lying about speaking to a person when in fact he actually did, lying as to why she changed her number when in fact she still to this day has not changed her number. There's no reason any of these things could have had to have occurred in this case. If they really have a case, if their case is as open and shut as they say it is, to the point where they're confident enough to seek the ultimate penalty of death, then none of this should be going on. None of this. And the fact that they expect us to
What is up, guys? Let's do this.
Just isn't going to happen.
All right, guys. Good morning. Well, I would be motioning if I was on that team. I'd be like, listen, we have to put a motion in for a mistrial for prosecutorial misconduct in the closing arguments of Mr. Mizrahi, his statements. I couldn't believe what he was saying, but I knew that something was definitely wrong. Last night, I went ahead and took a peek at a bunch of the different Florida case law and prosecutorial misconduct during closing argument, and I found some law review material. And I want to point out, if you guys recall, and I also printed out all of the transcripts from yesterday's proceeding. Specifically, we wanted to get into Mr. Mizrahi's bullshit. And I want to point out that Mr. Mizrahi said some things that you are not allowed to do. You are not allowed, as a prosecutor, to speak on a co-defendant's Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. You cannot use that in a closing, like he did to say, quote unquote, that Mr. Tenon is going to use his Fifth Amendment right? And that Mario should basically benefit from his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And so what? We just have two co-defendants. You know, we have what? Two people that are not squealing on each other. Not squealing on each other. But you are not allowed. And let me read. There's a bunch of case law on this. You cannot do these things. So it's the Florida's fairly susceptible test. It's State versus Kitchen, asserting that a co-defendant didn't squeal because they exercised their First Amendment rights, explicitly highlights that silence to the jury and invites them to draw an adverse inference. Okay? So this is straight up case law out of Florida. You cannot do this. Okay? You cannot do this. And again, it's State versus Kitchen. Again, thank Alan Seth, Mr. Mizrahi, made yesterday. Okay. Not only that, and here I'm going to play the timestamp from Court TV so we don't have to hear my interruption, probably because I lost it. Mr. Mizrahi, let's go to Court TV. Mario Saldana yesterday. And if you go to, what should have been, did they take, okay, there it is, Channel Day 7. You're going to go to the 7 hour and, okay. In 50 seconds, in 40, it's 7 hours, 50 minutes, and 43 seconds. Okay, here we go. Gonna go ahead and play this little clip. It matters. This is prosecutorial misconduct by Florida statute, by Florida case law, rather. You cannot do this. Here we go. Again, the 7 hour, 50-minute mark and 20. I'm just starting at the 28 second, but if you want to be specific, like on the money, you'd put in like 43 seconds.
In a murder for hire case.
Okay.
So then it goes, and you heard this argument. Well, Henry Tenen didn't come into this courtroom. Henry Tenen, then the next words out of his mouth are, Henry Tenen has a the defendant, by the way, and Henry Tenen.
Right there. He said what Jesse was talking about was his, by the way, you can talk and speak on your client's Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and to remind the jury that they cannot use that against him, okay? And so what he does right there is he says, and Henry Tenen, okay?
Tenen has a the defendant, by the way, and Henry Tenen, have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And that should not be held against anyone. So if Henry Tenen has a Fifth Amendment right, this defendant has a Fifth Amendment right. Apparently, if you...
Right here, this right here, you cannot do this right here. Zoom in right here, this statement right here. You can't fucking say what he's about to say. Okay? He says, apparently, okay? Apparently...
If Henry Tenen has a Fifth Amendment right, this defendant has a Fifth Amendment right. Apparently, if you can get away with murder if your co-defendant doesn't squeal on you.
Boom. Right there. That's grounds for a fucking mistrial. That's prosecutorial misconduct right there. That is the definition of prosecutorial misconduct right there. Okay? And I will argue all day long to anybody that has the cahoons to argue against me.
That's the defense in this case.
That's the defense in this case.
Your co-defendant doesn't squeal on you. If your co-defendant doesn't squeal on you. That's the defense in this case. That's really the defense in this case. Ignore the mountains of circumstantial evidence that points to the defendant and just realize Henry Tenen didn't testify and no one saw him in the truck. We don't have those pieces of evidence, but would you ever expect to have those pieces?
Okay. That alone right there, this alone right here, I'm telling you, the defense needs to motion, okay, an instant motion, standing up in court, if they haven't already filed this, right there, you cannot do that. Your right to remain sound, but more importantly, the prosecution cannot speak on a co-defendant's right to remain silent. Okay, you cannot bring that up in a closing argument. This is prosecutorial misconduct during closing arguments. You cannot do this. And here, there's more case law on it. Okay, so what you would be filing is, if this was my client, this is the Florida's fairly susceptible test, which is in State versus, I said, Kitchen, asserting that a co-defendant didn't squeal because they are exercising their First Amendment rights, explicitly highlights that silence to the jury and invites them to draw an adverse inference. You're not allowed to fucking do any of this shit. And it's to their First Amendment. Did I say First Amendment right? I meant to say Fifth. Then there's another case. And you want to do this to also preserve the record, because if this happens before the jury gets to start deliberating, like, you want to put this in right now. You're also preserving the record for appeal. They can ask for a curative instruction, but it's not good enough. It is not good enough. Okay. So yes, you can motion for a mistrial. And then if she says no, you can say, well, I want a curative instruction. Okay. Dude, he did it more than just that time, for the record. But that's the most damning. Speaking on Henry Tennant and his rights remain silent. There's another case, Harper versus State, 1963 case. Under Florida's strict, fairly susceptible test, you have State versus DeGilio, 1986 case. Then you have fundamental error in preserving the record under Rodriguez versus State, Poole versus State, Smith versus State. Now, nothing has been, we had issues from the beginning with go ahead and saying outright that Henry Tennant, and just agreeing that Henry Tennant is the killer. Okay. Again, I would have never done that. But I understand, like, the strategy, the thought process in that, right? Because then we get to this point, which is this Mr. Mizrahi tries to tell this jury that common sense was, that logical inference was Miss Stifler's way of saying the word common sense. And that is absolutely unfucking believable. Logical inference is not the same as common sense. I'm going to tell you why. Okay. If you're at home, okay, and you decide to put in a pie into the oven, okay, one would tell you common sense is that you cannot cook that pie, right, for an hour or 2 or 3 or 4, or it's going to burn. Okay. That's common sense. You understand? Like, if the timer starts going off and you fall asleep and you don't hear it and you wake up and you smell, like, what is that smell? Why do I see smoke? Like, you did something to allow your common sense to kick in. Oh my God, the fucking pie. I didn't take the pie out of the oven. Okay. But to sit here and say that you're going to say that common sense, if it's raining outside, not that if it's going to rain, if you wake up, and I would have woke up today and went for a walk, but as I am leaving my house, it's raining outside. Common sense would tell me I'm going to get wet, right? If I don't have an umbrella. Shit, I may still get wet if I have an umbrella. Common sense. Dingbats, like, think of Airhead Blonde, like, jokes, okay? Common sense. That's common sense. It's like, dude, you are so book smart, but yet you have no common sense, right? They also say street smarts. If you think that street smarts and common sense are the same thing, that's insane. That's insane. But logical inferences, if you go ahead and you look up the definition, and I love looking up definitions. Let's get it in, right? So let's do it. What's logical inferences? Because Mr. Mizrahi got up on that podium there, and you know what they say? When you have no evidence, you bang and you get loud. You bang the podium, you get loud when you don't have the evidence. You are also not supposed to pull emotional. That's what he did emotionally. We were talking this morning. Mr. Mizrahi was saying things where you're giving, it's one thing to be, zealously advocating for your client, blah, blah. But there's things in the closing that you're not allowed to do. And you cannot turn it into this emotional, feel pity, sorry for somebody, and that's why you're voting a certain way. Okay? You're not allowed that. Sorry, you can't do that. But go ahead, let's do simple math, or let's do a simple, fun little exercise, and let's type in the words logical inferences. Meaning. A logical inference is the mental or formal process of drawing a valid conclusion based on facts, evidence, or premises that are known or assumed to be true. And this is where it fails. Just because Jared Bridegan was murdered, just because he was murdered, it is not a logical inference. It is not a common sense it's not common sense that it was a murder for hire because that man is dead. There are so many ways that somebody can be murdered and killed. And there's so many ways that somebody could die. Okay. But just because Jared Bridegan, there was a homicide on Sanctuary Boulevard and Jared Bridegan was the victim of a homicide, it is not logical inference. It is not common sense that says it had to be a murder for hire. Absolutely fucking not. That is your theory of this case. Did you prove that it was a murder for hire? Just because Henry Tennant is the killer, it has to be a murder for hire. And that's what he's trying to say. That's common sense. Common sense is telling you if Henry Tennant is the killer and Jared Bridegan was killed, the only way Jared Bridegan could be killed, because it's common sense, Jared Bridegan would only be killed in a murder for hire case. That's the same thing as saying, I wake up in the morning, it's raining outside. Common sense would tell me I'm going to get wet when I go outside. Those are the same thing. So common sense, and I'm sorry, but logical inference, how many things do you have to stack on stack on stack on stack? They want you to stack. So many things have to be this way. Everything that you're saying has to go the way that you're trying to say it for what? Something to be true then. Okay. There's only one thing. It's raining outside. Common sense tells me I'm going to get wet. There is nothing about when you have to look outside and it's not raining yet and you have to forecast saying it's 50-50 chance. Okay. But it's not raining. So there's no guarantee that I'm going to get wet, right? Because I'm going to walk outside. It's not raining. But, but bring an umbrella in case it does start to rain. I could just be lazy and say, I'm not bringing an umbrella. Who gives a fuck if I get wet? Or, it is not a logical inference or common sense that because Jared Bridegan is dead and it was a homicide, that it's common sense tells you that it was a murder for hire. That is absurd to say that. Dude, there's homicides every single day, multiple times a day. And just because somebody is killed does not mean that it is a It does not mean that somebody paid somebody to commit that murder. And especially in this case, because it's Jared Bridegan that's dead, okay, that these jurors, it should just be common sense that he was clearly hired by that man. This man that's sitting right here, he had to have hired somebody. That's the only way that Jared Bridegan can be dead right now, is because it was a murder for hire case. That is not common sense. That is, and that's where I want to tell you that tells me that common sense and logical inferences is not the same. And using them interchangeably is a fucking laugh. You're not going to say that to my face. And I'm not going to say something about that. You're making a complete mockery of my educational background, which only would require you knowing a little bit about vocabulary words. So, core concepts of logical inference premises the starting statements or facts you believe or know are true. Henry Tenon's the killer. That's a fact to them. It's not a fact to me. I would have said it in my closing that, for argument's sake, we're gonna say that Jared Bridegan was shot and killed by Henry Tenon. But during my close, I would have said, wow. I would have used the timeline, and I would have showed that the truck that the state is telling you that Henry Tenon is in, or that my client is in now, is behind the white truck. And the white truck triggers the camera that gets the fourth shot. And you know who's behind the truck is Jared Bridegan's SUV. How could none of this surveillance is accurate? I don't see it. They need to move for a mistrial. They need to move for a mistrial. Okay? Because I personally believe that they should have never conceded that Henry Tenon was the shooter and the killer. Henry Tenon isn't a shooter and a killer. Sorry. But something's off. Just like that stroke of luck about that tire is off. Just like no reports were made and written in this case for almost 6 weeks, from May 19th until like June 19th. So maybe a month. Maybe it was like May 13th. But they weren't writing up any reports. What were they doing? What were they truly doing? Yeah. And then I don't understand not calling an alibi witness. I don't understand not calling AB to the stand, because you declared it, that you have an alibi witness is putting you home. I don't know. But then again, I could tell you what I think, which would be that they don't want to get the kids involved. So, but they need to move for a mistrial. Mr. Mizrahi cannot say this shit. This is prosecutorial misconduct.
That points
Right here.
to the defendant, and just realize Henry Tenon didn't testify, and no one saw him in the amendment, right? Apparently, if you can get away with murder if your co-defendant doesn't squeal on you. That's the defense in this case. That's really the defense in this case. Ignore the for hire case. So then it goes, and you heard this argument. Well, Henry Tenon didn't come into this courtroom. Henry Tenon, then the next words out of his mouth are, Henry Tenon has a the defendant, by the way, and Henry Tenon.
Right there, him saying, by the way, and Henry Tenon, right there, that little add in there by Sloppy Seth over here, that is misconduct. You cannot use another co-defendant's and the defendants you're talking about, you cannot use their silence against you cannot use that against the defendant in a closing argument. This is unfucking believable.
have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And that should not be held against anyone. So if Henry Tennant has
And if he would have just stopped there, yeah, you cannot, that cannot be held against anybody. But he says this.
and that should not be held against anyone. So if Henry Tennant has a Fifth Amendment right, this defendant has a Fifth Amendment right. Apparently, if you can get away with murder if your co-defendant doesn't squeal at you.
Right there, grounds for an toss this motherfucker, and you need to. You need to toss this right here, right now. I think that this defense team knows a shit ton about this case. Okay, you move for a mistrial. You need to preserve this. If at the very least, you need to get the curation. At the very least, Mario will get it on appeal. This is nuts. You cannot do this. And it's embedded in state law, like since the 60s in Florida.
It's worse because it's a rebuttal. So I just
Oh, yeah. And it's worse on his rebuttal. That's right. It was his rebuttal.
So look at what I sent you, the legal.
Yeah. Yep. We work around the clock over here. By the way, a logical inference, the conclusion, the final idea or judgment you reach by applying rules of logic to those premises or premises. Dude. Validity. An inference is valid if the conclusion naturally and strictly follows from the given premises. I mean, common sense and logical inference is not the same thing. Okay. Common sense would tell you if you have a hot burning stove and you just go and touch it, you're going to get what? Burned. You think that that's a logical inference? Well, that's logical. You get burned if you touch something that's hot. But these are ands. Okay, have you ever, when you were in a stats class and they taught you what the probability of something is? What's the probability, Leanna, if I take a die and I roll it and I roll anything but a 6? Well, 5 out of, my fraction 5 over 6. And then turn that into a percentage, right? Well, what's the probability that you don't roll a 6 and then you have to take the dice again and then you can't roll an even number and then you take the coin and you flip it and you get a heads? Stacking probabilities. That's what they're doing here in this case. It's not the same fucking thing. It's not. Because everything has to happen in order for something then to be the case. That is not the same thing. And some of these have greater or lesser probabilities. And what's the probability of you driving down the highway and you're going 100 miles an hour and you're going to get a ticket? Well, it depends how many cops are on the highway during when I'm driving. It depends on how many other people are driving 100. Well, what's the probability that Jared Bridegan is shot and killed, and then they then give all the circumstances? And all the circumstances, which is you don't have the gun. You don't even look for the gun in the house where you found the truck. Why? Because you were already, it was tunnel vision. You determined this was a murder for hire case day 2. But if it's a murder for hire case, why didn't you rule out the widow? She could have been in the murder for hire case. The words and, when you need all of it to happen, and, not even the word or, but and. You're stacking. And all these people can get straight fucked that are commentating on this case. what are the odds Joe Biden gets shot and then Mario and da-da-da. We don't know about Shanna Gardner. That's your reasonable doubt right there. Shanna Gardner could have done all of this. Shanna Gardner could have fucking framed Mario. But also, you cannot bring in new evidence on that rebuttal. There was new evidence talked about, because why was Henry Tennant's Fifth Amendment rights talked about? Henry Tennant didn't even enter any part of the trial. I mean, I don't know. So, he cannot speak on their Fifth Amendment right. And that basically, oh, guess what? You can get away with murder if no one squeals on each other here. So you're asking the jury to draw a negative inference from both of those people invoking their Fifth Amendment right. And if they do not move for a mistrial, they're making a huge mistake. I'm putting it on the record. So we're going to go on down, though. We're going to watch from, what should we use? East Idaho News. Oh, here we go.
So before we begin, I just want to confirm that everyone followed the communication rules over the night's recess. If you could answer out loud. Okay.
All right, let me see if. Judge Kite got a blowout.
Please.
Okay. We got microphones.
Everyone ready?
Because you have no idea if he's going to be found not guilty. And maybe after that Shanna Gardner case, they drop stuff on you. They drop it.
Welcome back. Everyone may be seated.
You have to preserve your client's rights.
All right, members of the jury, just to remind you where we are, all the evidence is closed. The attorneys yesterday gave all of their closing arguments, and this morning are the instructions on the law. So as I don't know if you recall, it's been a while ago that I explained during the preliminary instructions, I asked that you just listen to the instructions. In the final instructions that are more technical in nature, the law of this case are going to be published to you, and you should see those on your screen. Does everyone see those? If you can answer out loud for me. All right. And so before we begin, I just want to confirm that everyone followed the communication rules over the night's recess. If you could answer out loud. Okay. Now, before I begin the reading of the final instructions, as you can see on this page that I'm showing you, there's a place for me to sign my name. So once I'm done reading, I'm going to file this copy. I'm going to print it out, obviously, and you'll have a copy of this while you deliberate. I'm going to file this copy at the end. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because I'm going to also give you a working copy. Okay, the working copy is going to be double-sided to save a couple of trees, okay? But it will have all the same instructions, but it will be watermarked working copy. You all can do whatever you want with that working copy. You can choose not to use it. You can mark it all up. I do not want you all to mark the final copy that you see because it's going to have my signature on it. And there's no way for me to kind of replace that after I read it. So I don't want you all, and the reason why I'm pointing it out, your notes are all going to be destroyed at the end. So I don't want you.
All right, we're going to go to East Idaho News. They have better feed for the audio. So we're going to switch on over.
In the final instructions that are more technical in nature, the law of this case are going to be published to you, and you should see those on your screen. Does everyone see those? if you can answer out loud for me. All right. And so before we begin, I just want to confirm that everyone followed the communication rules over the night's recess. If you could answer out loud. Okay. Now, before I begin the reading of the final instructions, as you can see on this page that I'm showing you, there's a place for me to sign my name. So once I'm done reading, I'm going to file this copy. I'm going to print it out, obviously, and you'll have a copy of this while you deliberate. I'm going to file this copy at the end. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because I'm going to also give you a working copy. Okay, the working copy is going to be double-sided to save a couple of trees, okay? But it will have all the same instructions, but it will be watermarked working copy. You all can do whatever you want with that working copy. You can choose not to use it. You can mark it all up. I do not want you all to mark the final copy that you see because it's going to have my signature on it. And there's no way for me to kind of replace that after I read it. So I don't want you all, and the reason why I'm pointing it out, your notes are all going to be destroyed at the end. So I don't want you all to inadvertently make this copy that I'm filing in this case a note document. Do y'all understand that? Okay. All right. So with that explanation, I'm going to begin the reading of the final instructions.
Go ahead and get your screenshots out. Get all the pages.
Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of first-degree murder and solicitation to commit a capital felony. As to count one, to prove the crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jared Bridegan is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Jared Bridegan. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. As to count one, if the evidence does not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be sufficient evidence that he committed a lesser included crime. In other words, if you decide the main accusation has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will need to decide if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of a lesser included crime. The lesser included crimes of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. As to count one, to prove the lesser included crime of murder in the second degree, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jared Bridegan is dead. 2, the death was caused by the act of Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Jared Bridegan by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and indicates an indifference to human life. To convict of murder in the second degree, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. As to count 1, to prove the lesser included crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jared Bridegan is dead. 2, Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana intentionally procured an act that caused the death of Jared Bridegan. To procure means to persuade, induce, prevail upon, or cause a person to do something. If you find that Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana is guilty of manslaughter, you must next decide unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt if Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana used a weapon as a principal during the course of the manslaughter. As to count 2, to prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana solicited Henry Tenen to commit first-degree murder. 2, during the solicitation, Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Henry Tenen to engage in specific conduct, which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder or an attempt to commit first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did. If the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. The following instructions apply to count 1 of the indictment. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Jared Bridegan occur. For the lesser included crimes of second-degree murder and manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Jared Bridegan. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a crime will be committed. As long as a principal intended the crime to occur and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the crime occur. To be found guilty of the lesser included crime of manslaughter with a weapon as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the manslaughter would be armed. As to count 1, the state must prove that the crime was committed on February 16th, 2022. As to count 2, the state must prove that the crime was committed on or between November 1st, 2021
What are the
and
instructions?
February
What are they
16th,
doing?
2022. The state must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the alleged crimes were committed in Duval County. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not proof beyond all doubt. A mere possible, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt is not a reasonable doubt. Such a doubt is not a guess or mere conjecture. Rather, it is a doubt based upon reasoning and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If, after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the accused, it is your duty to find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, it is your duty to find the defendant guilty. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has a witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in the case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you've heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. During this trial, I've permitted you to take notes, and you will be allowed to take those notes into the jury room during deliberations. You are instructed that your notes are a tool to aid your individual memory. You should not compare your notes with those of other jurors in determining the content of any testimony or in evaluating the importance of any evidence. Notes are for the note taker's personal use in refreshing his or her recollection of the evidence. Notes are not evidence. Above all, your memory should be your greatest asset in your recollection of the evidence. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard Anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict forms have been prepared for you, and they are as follows. Members of the jury, I'm going to explain these verdict forms to you. There are two of them. Okay, so I'm going to read the information that is on the verdict form. If it is repeated, I'm not going to reread it to you because these are forms, okay? So starting in the upper right-hand corner, it reads, in the Circuit Court of the 4th Judicial Circuit in and for Duval County, Florida. It has a case number and then
Show the verdict form.
Moving to the left-hand style, that's the style of this case. It reads, State of Florida versus Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, defendant. That is all the same, so I'm not going to read that on the second form. Moving to the title of this form, it reads, verdict count 1. Going to the next line, it reads, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If that is your verdict, you would check that line.
This is
The
unbelievable.
next line reads, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty
Move
of
the
second-degree murder,
camera.
a lesser included offense. If that is your verdict, you would check that line. The next line reads, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. If that is your verdict, you would check that line. If you do check that line, you move to the following line, which reads, if you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must choose one of the following findings. The line under that reads, we find the defendant as a principal did use a weapon during the commission of the offense. If that is your factual finding, you would check that line. The next line reads, we find the defendant as a principal did not use a weapon during the commission of the offense. If that is your factual finding, you would check that line. Moving to the next line, it reads, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. If that is your verdict, you would check that line. The signature line on this verdict form is on the second page. So starting with the first line, it reads, so say we all, which indicates a unanimous verdict done at Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida. Again, the jurisdiction of this court, and it has a place for the foreperson to sign a date. That is the same on the second form, so I'm only going to read that once. Moving to the second form, title reads, verdict count 2. The line under that reads, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of solicitation to commit a capital felony as charged in the indictment. If that is your verdict, you would check that line. The next line reads, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. If that is your verdict, you would check that line. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately, and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict forms when all of you have agreed on a verdict and bring the verdict forms back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror leaves the room, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you've reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I've given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you may have had cell phones or other electronic devices during recesses. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. The devices will be guarded by the bailiffs while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson. If you voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have questions, I will talk to the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may consider your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing, but generally speaking, I will do it orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits, and you may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules that we all share. Members of the jury, that concludes the reading of the jury instructions. I saw about 2 typos that I'm going to fix before I print them for you, okay? Let me see the clerks at sidebar.
All right, so those are the jury instructions. Okay, we're going to be doing our own jury room here. I was really hoping that they would show the verdict form. Not sure why they didn't. Not sure what the hell they're doing in there. Awesome. We're also going to be talking about the 12 jurors that are back there, that are going to be back there, rather. They're not back there yet, I don't think. Remember, we covered jury instruction, or we covered voir dire here. So we have a little bit of background on each juror that got selected. So we're going to talk about that. I'm just waiting to see what else goes on here, and then we'll get into. We can fast forward this now because we were just a couple seconds behind. Okay. Woo! Oh, here we go. Did she give them any instructions on if they had any questions? I didn't get to hear that back.
Sorry about that. So a lot of coordination, a lot of moving parts. Okay, so now that the final instructions have been read, in a case like this, there are 12 deliberating jurors. And so that you know that there are 16 of you. And so 4 of you have been serving as alternates in the case. Before I tell those jurors who they are, let me explain why we do it. So just as serious as if you all had failed to follow the communication rules, this court must have 12. I can't have 11. I can't have 10. I can't have 7. I can't have 6. There must be 12. And so I try a lot of cases, and this is not a hypothetical situation that I'm telling you about. Sometimes there are unforeseen circumstances where jurors have experienced emergencies, and if we fall below the required number, I'd have to declare mistrial. This entire trial process would have to start all over. And so I'm explaining that to you because, number one, you all know how hard that you all have worked. Number two, you know what great lengths that we went to have you all and get finality in this case, getting it to the jury. So in my mind, the alternate jurors serve in such a great capacity to get us finality in the case. And while they do not deliberate, okay, they serve as important members of the jury panel. And so I was written one time by an alternate. He's like, why was I the alternate? So I was like, okay, I got to explain why. So the way that we go in the process, the lawyers select in order. And so the jurors that are selected with the higher numbers, because you were seated, are jurors numbers 77, 82, 83, and 85. You all have been serving as alternate jurors, okay? And before I give you a huge thank you and excuse you from your service, let me ask, do you have any personal items in the jury room? Yes? Okay. If you would go with Mr. Holman momentarily and collect those items and rejoin me, I have some parting instructions for you, okay? So if you could do that now, please.
Again, that was 77, 82, 83, 85. Those were the 77, 82.
Please let the record reflect that the alternate jurors have gone to retrieve their personal items. Members of the jury that will be actually deliberating in the case, let me remind you, consistent with the final instructions, okay? First order of business is to select a foreperson. We're going to be waiting. We're going to be gathering things. I'm going to have the attorneys check and make sure that all the exhibits that have been admitted will go back to the jury room. So it's going to take us some time, but during that time, we need you to buzz that buzzer, okay, and let us know that you have selected a foreperson. You cannot begin your deliberations until you've gotten the instructions on the law that I've just read and also the exhibits and evidence. Does everyone understand that? If you can answer out loud. All right, so first order of business is going to be to choose a foreperson. You're going to buzz and then we'll be right with you. You can refresh yourselves or do whatever you need. And then when you get those items, that is the law and the evidence, Mr. Hathaway will come out and he'll call the deliberation time. Does everyone understand? Okay, so it looks like, where did Mr. Mr. Holman go?
Mr. Holman's in the hallway.
All right, did they get there?
Yeah, they get it.
Okay, so they can come back.
Again, Florida, they get to pick their own back there.
All right, thank you. Members of the deliberating jury, if you all would please retire to the jury room to select a foreperson.
Are we going to know about that?
Bring your notes.
Why is the camera not on? Like, what are they doing? Oh, maybe because the jurors are walking all over. That's probably why. Excuse me. Sorry about that. They started the clock. They better go back. What do you mean? She might give out the foreperson's name. Not their name, but their number. God bless America. Okay. They went ahead and put the clock on already. I cannot believe this. They didn't even did they dismiss them? Okay, well, we may be still finding out who the foreperson is. We'll find out. Okay, so they're going to start the clock like this. I would not be starting the clock yet. I would start the clock, and we aren't. If we get wind that once they pick a foreperson, that's when you would start the clock. But whatever. Let's talk about it. We know everything. This channel knows more about the jurors than any other channel is going to be out there. So let's talk about the 12 most important people that are going to pick this verdict, which are Juror 4, 9, 23, 29, 37, 39, 40, 50, 51, 62, 63, and 68. 4, 9, 23, 29, 37, 39, 40, 50, 51, 62, 63, and 68. Those are your jurors. Now, juror number 4 is a black female. I was shocked she got on the jury, to be honest. But let's talk about it. Juror 4. Okay, remember this is how it worked. Each of these jurors had to fill out a juror questionnaire. And the juror questionnaire was filled out. Each side got a copy of it. And then, so not only did they get to ask the questions that we saw publicly, but there's this juror questionnaire. Questions like, what do you do for a living? Are you married? Do you have any kids? What do your kids do? What's your opinion on law enforcement? Are you related to anybody in law enforcement? Are you related to anybody in the JSO, sheriff's office, prosecutors, defense attorneys? In fact, what we can do is I'll pull up the sample. Okay. Now, Mr. Mizrahi, thank God we got to give him some credit. And the best thing that he ever did was the question that when he asked the jurors to say, name one thing that you think, when you think of something that not people are going to agree with you on. So, for example, JFK was killed by the government. Okay, I told you guys that that'd be one thing that I would be saying, is that JFK was killed by the government. Do I think that a lot of people don't agree with me on that? No, I think there's some people that probably do. But you guys get so he wanted every single juror to think of something that is controversy where you're on the opposite side of it. So, and then I think I gave you guys an example of that. What was another one that I thought for me personally? Before it just had happened, I thought that college athletes should get paid. College athletes should get paid. And I mean, now there's the NIL, but this would have been back in the day. That was always something that I thought college athletes should get paid. So another one I said is I don't like labels. So I don't like labels. Like when someone's wearing a shirt and they smash across the shirt like Abercrombie, or just labels in general. Anything that has to do with a label. Why are you labeling things? Republicans, Democrats. The fuck's wrong with people? So labels to me, I think labels are a joke. I think labels is all a way to get you to divide versus hey, I like to talk about topics because I could disagree or agree with you on just because you are considered a red person or a blue person. That's a laughable thing for me that we wouldn't have things in common or agree even on points with, and I'm not a political person. In fact, I think politics is a joke. So labels, those are my two things that I had put for when Mr. Mizrahi said, we're going to come back to your answer, but I want you to think about it. And then everybody in that courtroom got the microphone. And so we're going to show clips of that, the answers. And I wrote some stuff down. So juror number 4 here, who's on, black female, I have her as being a little bit younger. She works for an insurance company, and she thought that there might be some issues with getting her child on the bus. Okay, but she was able to work that out, But that's what I made a note of, is that she could potentially be a single parent because if she's having difficulty finding someone to get her child on the bus, right? It's just her. Or that means that her significant other or husband, girlfriend, whoever the hell she's with, could work a job that they're not there, regardless if she was at jury duty or not. But if she could get this all arranged, that means that she does have people that she can rely upon, right? So I made a note of that. But juror number 4 is a black female, works for an insurance company, and has a child, and her child takes the bus. Okay. Juror number 9, who didn't make the jury, so we're not going to worry about it. So we're gonna go to the next one. Oh, anything else here on juror 4 that I want to point out? No, and in fact, we'll go like this. We're gonna go to day 1 of my jury coverage. So if you go to my lovely, if you go to my channel, you can go to day 1 of my coverage. Oh shit. What the fuck? And it's day 1 of not the trial, it's day 1 of jury selection. Totally 2 different things. And so that's what we'll do. Day 1. Mr. Mizrahi. Give him some credit with this question. Okay. We were waiting for a break there. Did they come back? I think it's actually day 2. I stand corrected. Day 2. Which was on a Wednesday.
Yes.
All those things you can consider, but you can't just say, well, he's a police officer, so I automatically believe him, or he or she is a police officer, so I automatically disbelieve them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And can you follow that instruction?
Yes.
You will judge the credibility of a law enforcement officer
No, you do not.
or was a prosecutor.
Correct. No.
Okay. Thank you, Juror 115. And I can let probably the court and everyone know I'll finish this up. It'll be close to noon. Is that appropriate? Don't trust police officers.
Okay. It was right after lunch. It was not when he does this bullshit. Hold on. This case.
Have your job 78.
Ask about okay.
Other times outside of that. Stuff like that, let them go. After that,
Gone before peer review or honor code violations or one of those type of boards where you yourself get judged. No one ever experienced that themselves on the other side. 68.
NJP for hazing.
Say that again.
NJP for hazing.
What's NJP?
Non-judicial punishment.
Never experienced that themselves on the other side. 68.
Okay, 68 is a juror. 68, I believe, is a white male. Certain level of distrust with the JSO, construction law. Let's see what he says here.
NJP for hazing.
Say that again.
NJP for hazing.
What's NJP?
Non-judicial punishment.
Is that through a university?
Navy.
Navy. Got it. Okay. How did that impact your life, if at all?
Restriction. That was it.
Do you think you were treated fairly in the process?
Yeah. I'd say so.
Sort of.
Yeah. By all definitions.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, 68. Anyone else on the left side, right side? 83.
83 was an alternate.
Yes, sir. Military again. There was a security violation when I first joined about 14 years ago. And
out about 8 years ago that we took to HR.
All right. Thanks, 83. 111. You have a bunch of repeat offenders.
Coworker and I had a falling out about 8 years ago.
So I appreciate it.
He has no problem putting you out.
Anyone else on the
He has no problem putting you away.
47, is it? 54.
Mine are less personal.
54 was not a juror.
Tracks.
Oh, let me get your number.
56.
56.
56, not a juror.
Clients, and as people are stating their stuff, I can relate, but
Anyone else in the back while we're back there? 26.
26, not a juror.
I have to deliver.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, sir. All right, right side. Someone type
Stupid.
things, 104.
Stupid. Raise your hand for this shit.
Also,
That's my comments. Stupid. Raising your hand for this shit. These fucking stupid fucks.
83.
83 again. 83 again. Alternate. JSO brother-in-law, male.
Just as a LPO of certain departments, I'm in charge of putting together cells that go on deployments. So a lot of it happens last minute.
No one cares.
As part of the
Of the job people.
Stonewall them, people are not happy. Just
6.
Which one?
104.
Oh my God.
06.
As a PA, sometimes I need,
She wasn't a juror.
I do have to deny and approve.
On this issue since you worked in HR so long. Really difficult.
An account under somebody else's name or information. So I've also fired people from our firm as a client.
And again, is that got it. 85.
85.
Sorry, I'm late. I just
85 was an alternate. Okay.
Well, 140.
For agree with that. You know, I think every
Very young.
yes.
Do you have a lot of memories about it?
Some yes.
Thank you, 104. Appreciate that. And it did have something to do with it. So again, when in doubt, let us. Now, y'all
That
The sauce is really good.
Okay, so here we go.
Content.
Here we go. This is where he says, okay, we're going to be asking you guys these questions that I just said. Like, are you have controversy with? Like, what do you think that if I asked you a question and I would be like, wow, that's what you think. Like, you're opposite. And people were saying, like, I like ketchup on eggs and stupid shit like that.
doesn't always pay off.
Here we go.
again, I appreciate that sentiment. 134.
I think most people would agree with this, but gratitude.
She didn't make
Well, again, I'm trying to look for controversial things, which we've gotten so far.
Here we go.
124.
I believe that in the job market, hard work doesn't always pay off.
Is it 124 or
124.
124?
hard work. They didn't make the jury.
Thank you, 124. 118.
I believe
118 didn't make it.
Thank you, 118. 115.
150 didn't make it.
112.
112 didn't make it.
Now, y'all have had some very well thought out theories. All right, give me a second here.
Where's the
Thank you,
Lord?
112. 111.
Mine is not informed by his.
111 did not
People
get it.
will argue against within one person even.
Got it. Thank you, 111. 103, we'll just go.
Did not get it.
I'm not in favor of the death penalty.
Yes. Yes, 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 yes.
103,
I would pick that too.
I believe that the Israeli government is directly responsible for the wave of anti-Semitism that has been taking over the globe recently.
You know damn well, Alan, Seth, Mr. Mizrahi, when he heard that, he's like, this motherfucker is not going to be on our jury. Okay, Alan is Jewish. There's no doubt about it, right? Mr. Mizrahi, you think? I believe Charlie Kirk wasn't killed by...
105.
I believe turning left at a red light should always be legal with no oncoming traffic.
I would have picked him.
I believe if someone is suffering with some health condition, the persons, I believe that they should have the right to die.
Assisted suicide all day. Assisted suicide. They have the rights to
I
die.
believe we should have,
108, I'm sorry, I just got to put your number. 108.
108 didn't make the jury. These people's answers were out of control. It's like controversy.
Okay, 99.
Didn't
I
make
believe that
99 did not make the jury.
JEA should be free.
What?
Hold on. 80, what? No. Which one? Who works for the JEA?
Should be free. What?
LeBron's better than
99, that's a good one. All right, 98.
Didn't make the jury. 98 did not make the jury. So he's going backwards. So I'm trying to get it so we get down to like the 60s.
I think LeBron's better than.
Controversial one yet.
I believe that there should be more regulation on generative AI to protect human art.
Yeah, this person made the jury, I think.
Thank you, 78. 77.
Oh, right here, alternate.
I believe that there should be more regulation on generative AI to protect human art.
Okay. And 77, we haven't talked to you. How has your theater been since The Odyssey and Spider-Man have come out?
It's been very, very busy. Yeah, a lot of people.
Okay.
He's totally down. Like he was probably loving the bigger staff shit. Totally open to that lifestyle theater. You know what I mean? He was an alternate. 77 was. He was one away from being picked on the jury. So now we're getting into 68's the. Let's see.
Thank you, 77. 72.
I heard an interesting theory about the fruit of knowledge for the Christian faith being Adam and Eve's first child.
Okay.
I thought that was interesting.
Thank you, sir.
But yeah, he didn't get picked.
We'll start. I'll go with 4 now.
Okay, 4. Number 4.
That was very difficult for me to go backwards.
This is number 4, so she's on the jury.
I think women
Stand
should
up, juror number 4.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I think women should have the right to decide if they want abortions or not.
Right there, that's going to be your wild card. I'm telling you, all in on juror 4. Okay, juror 4 to me is she needs proof, and she's like, I think that juror 4 is going to be pro that there isn't enough here. Like, she's going to be in Mario's corner. I was shocked that she made the jury, only because I was shocked that the state didn't use a challenge.
Thank you. 4, 9.
9 is on the jury. 9 is I have as a male. And he believes that I think AI is bad, but let's see.
I think AI is pretty dangerous.
Oh, okay, so female. Why did I put male for number 9? What the fuck? AI is pretty dangerous.
Okay.
She made the jury.
I think AI is pretty dangerous.
Okay. 13.
I have 2.
Okay, this is the girl that was just so glad did not make it. I think it's 13.
13?
Yeah, 13 she doesn't make the jury.
And the other one is anyone that's convicted of death row, taxpayers should not pay for their room and board for the rest of their life.
Thanks.
13?
Okay.
Definitely.
Next.
Thank you. 13. 14.
14 did not make the jury.
Seriously.
To take
14. Thank you. 26.
Bigger staff.
I believe
26 did not make the jury.
parents should take a bigger role in raising their own kids. Second, the homeschooling mom back here that was having trouble is difficult. And I think that parents do need to take on that responsibility. And I don't like ketchup on eggs.
Okay. Thank you. 26. 25.
25. 25 did not make the jury.
I think that sometimes medical efforts made in difficult situations need to be stopped to preserve the quality or the quantity of life.
Awful response.
Not everybody.
I'm going to keep it.
I do thank you for that thoughtful response. 24.
24 did not make the jury.
I'm going to keep it light. I think everyone should own a cat and they should sleep in your bed every night.
Everyone should work one retail.
23.
23 made the jury. Okay, so we have 4 black female, 9 white timid female. Quiet, shy, AI is bad. 23, here's your next juror. So we have 23 right here.
Thank you. 24. 23.
My opinion is I think everyone should work one retail job before they do anything else, so they know.
Customer service.
Thank you. 23. 21.
21 not on the jury.
I don't like banning books, so I wish that
No censorship.
wasn't a thing.
Okay. Thank you. 21. 27.
I believe in giving
27 not on the jury.
people second chances.
She believes in giving people second chances. That's why she is not on the jury.
Is that, let me go back to, I'm going to just make sure when I hear those questions, I have to ask another question. You understand that, again, it has nothing to do, you have the mic? You're not mic back. You understand that that's not a rule for a jury.
Yeah, but it's just, I don't know. It's been good for me. When I give people second chances, it always turns out good for me.
Okay, got it. Thank you. 27. 29.
Okay, 29 on the jury. I have her as a female and that everyone should have medical insurance.
I believe the insurance.
Oh, so it's a male, but it is about what I was saying.
Companies shouldn't dictate what kind of medical and treatment you get at hospitals.
There you go.
Insurance companies shouldn't dictate what kind of medical and treatment you get at hospitals. Insurance companies shouldn't dictate what kind of medical and treatment you get.
Okay, so here, 4 and number 29 could have a bond. They could be potentially bonding in the jurors room over the past. I mean, I don't know, like, people start bonding. So 4 and 29, there's a potential bond there to talk about insurance. She works insurance, right? And he's over here saying that your insurance company shouldn't dictate, your medical care.
Has no role.
Yeah.
Okay,
So here it is again.
Thank you. 27.
White me.
29.
I believe the insurance companies shouldn't dictate what kind of medical and treatment you get at hospitals.
Thank you. 29. 31.
I believe.
All right. So again, number 4, black female. Number 9, female, white, quiet, shy. 23, female. 29, male, white.
With all of our faults, we are the greatest country in this whole wide world.
Yeah. She didn't make the jury.
Thank you. 31. 34.
34 did not make the jury.
I think the only people that should be hurt are those who hurt others.
You think the only people that should be hurt are those who hurt others? What profound words. That is so controversial, let me tell you. As you can see my reaction.
436.
36 not on the jury.
I believe no matter what comes your way, time heals everything.
Tell that to a widow. What? Look at Mr. Mizrahi. He's like, what the fuck? Seth was not having that.
What? That guy's weird.
44.
Okay. Who?
I have 2 things. I believe in ghosts and I believe child support is not a scam.
Okay.
She needs it. She needs it. Child support is not a scam. Why? Because she needs it. Let's see what number we're at here.
Now remember the rule, we have to be called. Thank you, appreciate it. 41.
41, not on the jury. Where's 37 and 39?
Preface this by saying don't ask for an example.
Okay.
I'll plead the fifth, but I'm a big user of dark humor, and I think everybody needs to use it a lot more often.
Dark humor. He's not on the jury.
Dark humor. 40.
40's on the jury. Here we go. 40. I believe that 40 is, oh, by the way, true crime, the black female number 4, she likes true crime. Number 40 here. Here we go.
I'm not a big fan of
Female.
Duval County Public Schools.
I'm not a big fan of Duval County Public Schools. Okay, Gardner they wanted to send the kids to the private school. Ooh.
Big fan of Duval County Public Schools.
Thank you for you.
Okay, yep, 40 made it. That's interesting. She raised her hand about the true crime, that she was a follower of true crime. Public schools, interesting.
39.
I believe that considering.
Thank you for you. 39.
I think he said 39. Okay, so here we go. 39. This is why he didn't get it, because he talks it. 39. Come on, Seth. Pick it up. Ms. Mizrahi.
I believe that consideration is always worth the inconvenience.
Woo! Consideration is always worth the inconvenience. That's a good one for Mario. All these females on the jury. Consideration is always worth the inconvenience. She is on the jury. Ooh. She's going to give consideration to reasonable doubt. It's worth the inconvenience.
$37.
37 on the jury. I have her as a female 50 to 60-year-old. She knows somebody in law enforcement and something to do with the lab.
I believe everyone should own a cat and a dog and should sleep in your bed.
Okay. 47.
She likes everything. Okay, so 37 female. Let me listen to her voice again.
Everyone should own a cat and a dog and should sleep in your bed.
Okay.
That consideration is always worth the inconvenience.
37.
I believe everyone should own a cat and a dog and should sleep in your bed.
I think she might be African American. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
47.
47 not on the jury. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of those 7, we have all females and 1 male so far.
You guys have taken a lot of really good ones from me. But only with
37, 39. Oh, am I missing one? 39 or 50? How about 39? Oh, never mind. Yeah. I'm on the wrong.
39 you have. Now 50 is on the jury. So here we go. I have him as a white male, no bullying. And he says that news posts on social media, there was, no bullying is what he says. But he was the one that was brought back in and asked questions about his news posting on his social media account. I believe he also has something to do with the Navy and works potentially on the railroads. Let me see if I'm right.
50, go ahead.
I firmly believe that black licorice jelly belly beans are the best.
Oh, that's not.
Wait, what? Oh, wait, that was in his other. Okay, hold on here. Black jelly beans are the best. Let me make sure. white male I had, I'm telling you, he was the one that he got called in and asked about his posts on. I'll double check that.
Thank you. 50, 51.
I believe that our
51 made it.
taxes should go towards the people and not other governments.
Yes, baby. Fuck yeah, I agree with that. Ready? Here it is.
I believe that our taxes should go towards the people and not other governments.
Thank you. 51, 52.
He made it. So 2 back-to-back white males there. Money stays in our country. That means he's anybody that's speaking like that, they believe in our constitutional rights.
I believe religion is.
Thank you. 51, 52.
I believe religion.
52 didn't make it. We got 62, 63, and 68.
Religion is.
Thank you. 52.
Take him.
I believe that the Bible is the inerrant word of God.
Yeah, no way. We cannot have religious freaks on the jury.
Bullying.
Bullying.
Wait, we got a very religious fucking group here. Did you hear that? We have a very religious group here. We cannot have, I'm right with my, with God, but sorry, we just cannot have that. We cannot have religious holy wars going on in the jury room.
Bullying.
Bullying.
Right. We got a very religious fucking group
I think
here.
we should bring back.
Thank you.
We got a very religious fucking group right here. 62. Is this 62?
I think we should bring back bullying.
Bullying.
We should bring it back. I agree. Bully in school and get rid of the social media bullying. Nobody was committing suicides like you fucking sick little kid prick bastards. Your kids should be your parents are fucking horrible. Anybody doing that shit, your parents suck a bag of dicks. Kids that are bullies, their parents are fucking horrible.
That might be the best one. Yeah. Thank you, 60. 59.
I think that was 60 and she didn't make the jury.
I believe
Bullying?
that there is life on other planets. Humans are the aliens, and we're not as smart as we think we are.
What the fuck? Yeah, get him on the jury.
Thank you, 59. 56.
Again, none of these people made the jury.
Official whistleblowers shouldn't face as much punishment as they do when it's for the benefit of the people.
Love it.
And 54.
Didn't make the jury.
I have a lot, so
I have a lot. Well, you have to pick one. Can't follow instructions. Fickle. Do not want her.
pregnancy is as acidic. My second one is the great.
Thank you for those answers.
Okay.
So we're now at 63.
Made the jury. 63. I have her as a white. This is my Sportster. 63 white female soccer jacks club. This is her. She made the jury. She's an athlete. Ooh.
Going off her first point, I think maternity leave should be a lot longer in the U.S.
Maternity leave should be a lot longer in the United States. That was her answer.
Going off her first point, I think maternity leave should be a lot longer in the U.S.
Okay, so I have,
this jury's going to be split. So here we go. Maternity leave should be longer.
I have two.
Okay.
Okay, so
64.
I have two.
64 didn't make the jury.
Okay.
The first one, that's the first one, and the second one.
Paying bills is ghetto.
64, 67.
Didn't make the jury.
Say that again.
Disabled children, their parents when disabled are fully in charge. And if they can't get it, then the parents have to stay up all night and be doctors and watch over their children, especially kids that are like on.
67. 68.
68 made the jury. Wow,
Dog
that's
people are
sad.
more trustworthy than cat people.
Yeah.
Wow,
Dog
that's
people are
sad.
more trustworthy than cat people.
68.
Wow,
Dog
that's
people are
sad.
more trustworthy than cat people.
Yeah. What about both?
Mm,
What if you have both? How does that affect?
Pickle.
Okay, stumped you there. 70.
I have to. Is that okay?
Okay, so 68 white male. I need to look. He gave other answers.
Yeah.
Or in the future, person to get to
Understood. Thank you, 70.
judge a book by. Don't judge a book by.
So I appreciate y'all sharing that. That is gives all the lawyers in this case some insight.
Okay, 62. We didn't hear from 62. They made the jury. So all the other ones did. I have 62 as a white male. It's a constitutional right not to testify. So, okay. All right, so 4, 9, 23, 29, 37, 39, 40, 50, 51, 62, 63, 68. And that would be a 1. A 7-5 split, female to male. So that's what I have with
What are
that.
your thoughts and some insight into your fellow jurors? One of the beauties of our system is we live in a diverse community, and not the government, but the jury of Mr. Fernandez's peers, as diverse as this group, will be deciding this case. So I think that's, again, a beautiful system. The judge has indicated and already read to you in the beginning the concept of the burden of proof. I'm not going to relive that. She's already read that whole instruction about the presumption of innocence and what beyond a reasonable doubt is. But she did indicate, you know, if he's still doing that?
He is still a postal worker.
Black female.
I saw that you had, remember, it looked like it was significant, like a rock.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was.
What?
How they're going to be okay with them. I think you had a prior, or someone, maybe a friend or family member, had an arrest.
My brother.
Okay, so it was brother. Anything about, you think he was treated fairly?
This happened when I was probably 15.
What juror was that?
That I think was significant, like a robbery or something.
And then he.
Yes. Thank you, sir. 54, I think it is. Good morning.
Good morning.
54, not
78. Now we have a little number problem here. That's fine. Put your paddle up. Let me see it, please. Oh, I have it here. Never mind. 63.
Right here.
Are you? Very good.
He's on the jury. Here we go.
What is the Sporting Club of Jacksonville?
We're a professional soccer team coming to Jacksonville. We're building a new stadium here as well. So,
where's the stadium being built?
North of Topgolf, off 295.
Oh, well, right there.
Approximately how many seats will it hold?
About 12,000, but it's going to expand to 25,000.
Is the soccer club in the top tier or the second tier?
It's in the second tier this year, but next year the USL will be on the same level as the MLS. So the first year.
So it's growing.
It's growing, yeah.
Some free pub here.
White female.
I saw that maybe you used to live in London.
Yes,
You got your love for soccer?
yeah, I worked in international soccer for 7 years in London and then in Italy as well. So I met my husband there, and then we moved to Jacksonville in October.
She just moved here in October. Okay. This is juror 63 back there.
Had a good summer.
Oh, wow. She's just moved there.
Yeah, it was great.
Did you go?
I did, yes.
Where'd you go?
Miami and Atlanta.
Oh, wow, okay.
I went to the World Cup as well. Took Jax. We went to see Ronaldo, baby. Fucking best sporting event I've ever been to in my life. And I've been to a lot. Nothing like going and doing a bucket list with your kid. His favorite athlete's Cristiano Ronaldo. He's a big soccer player. My little man. And we went to Houston this summer. It was hotter than a witch's tit. And but it was special.
All right. Thank you for sharing. 64.
They got some cheddar.
Ma'am, I didn't get your date of birth.
Did you hear me? They got some cheddar over there. You ain't going to the World Cup and you ain't got some cheddar on your ass. If someone's buying those tickets, but yeah, London, Italy, come on, man. That girl's got some money. Soccer clubs, yeah. Okay, then let's see. Who else made the jury? 51. I want to hear more about that person. 50, 62, 62. 51, okay. If that is 51, let me back up just a little bit. Let's see if we can catch this one.
Now you're doing legal compliance, I guess, with the railroad.
Right, Mail.
Director of.
Right here, railroad.
We'll go behind you to number 50.
50. 50's on the jury. Yes, 50, baby. 50. Give it to me. What do you got, Mr. Mizrahi? 50 on the jury. This is the one I wanted.
You had some notes. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Your work with the Navy, you
Wait,
did some legal stuff then, and now you're doing legal compliance, I guess, with the railroad.
Wait, Mail.
Director of Government Affairs with the railroad.
So obviously there's some legal component. Is there anything have to do with criminal law?
None.
And certainly, as the court indicated, she may be giving you the law. You're not going to go in the back as a juror and say, well, let me tell you how it really works.
Never.
Okay, thank you, sir. And you have some law enforcement friends or family members? Same question we've asked.
Yeah, cousins, chief of police back home in Missouri.
Anything about that would cause you to be unfair?
No.
You can judge the credibility of a law enforcement officer like you would anyone else.
Yes.
And then I saw your son had some troubles. Anything about that I need to know about?
No, two of my stepsons, the teenage years,
Sure.
But they were treated fairly and made it through it.
How about you? I think you had a situation when you were young.
Oh yeah,
Same
many
thing?
years ago, back in '85.
Yes.
Went swimming at a public swimming pool after hours, trespassing.
That's the mischief kids used to get into before social media. Go swimming in swimming pools. All right.
Mr. Mizrahi, ha ha, he's cutting it up, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Mr. Mizrahi, ha ha ha. Mr. Mizrahi, this is juror 50 speaking, and he is on the jury. Okay. Uncle's a police chief of police.
So there's nothing about that would cause you any problem. All right. Thank you, sir.
Dude, Jesse better bring it with being
Going to 52.
personable. Did you hear me? Jesse better bring it with being personable. Do not let Mr. Mizrahi kiss and lick these people's asses. All right. I'm a guru when it comes to this shit, man. That's why I'm going to be in that courtroom for Shannon Gardner's. I want to see the people's faces. I want to see the way they are. Yeah. This is going to be an experience to hear Jose Baez's and Diane Bonacci and the way that they run the ship here. Again, right there, that's one of the jurors that's back there. He then comes forward and says, black jelly beans, that he likes black licorice jelly beans. So, dude, we might have a hung jury, hung.
Morning, sir. So there was a note, and I was a little confused. Are you currently in the Navy, or are you retired from the Navy?
No, I was did 6.5 years, and then after that, I was a contractor for FRC.
Okay.
And
This person hasn't
for
on it.
the last year and a half. Did you get the last couple?
I didn't.
I was active duty for 6.5 years. I was a contractor for FRC for 12.5 years, and I just been unemployed for the last year.
Okay, this is who I said the defense needed on the. I made a note and said I want juror 51 if I am Mario Saldana.
Okay. So
Black
you're
or
looking for a
mixed?
job.
Not currently, no.
Okay, so you're
Maybe Latino.
enjoying life.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I had a note also that you were divorced. What did your ex do during?
I'm guessing that Mr. Mizrahi used a challenge on him. Okay, so that would be, let's see then. Who else do I want to look at? 60. Okay, so I was right. 50 was a white male with the Navy railroads, and then Jelly Belly was just an addition. Okay, number 40. I want to find out more about this female. Does Jesse get into her? I think he does. Um, 68. Okay. At 2:58.
A bad car accident.
Okay.
My parents showed up and my dad was trying to make sure I was okay. And the cop kept telling him, just get back, get back, get back. And he says, I need to get her car keys because he wanted to get my keys knowing I was going to the hospital. And the thank them all for their service.
So much a personal experience.
Miss, raise your hand or your paddle. I like the paddles. 54. Go ahead, ma'am.
54 didn't make it.
Bad experience.
Venue made it. I can
Tell you what, you're going to be able to go Friday. Probably till 7, I think. So you might be. Anyway, the way to, I want to see if you agree with me on this. If you have any social changes that you
absolutely
younger in my career, box is not the place.
Got shot at by off-duty JSO with a pellet gun last year, gator hunting.
You were shot while they were off.
Shot at by an.
Flip your number's backwards, so I can't. 68. Go ahead, sir.
Right here.
Situation.
Oh,
Thank you for
shit.
sharing it.
No.
So that was here locally?
Yes.
So it was about 2 years.
No way.
First row, second row. Go ahead, sir.
I got shot at by off-duty JSO with a pellet gun last year, gator hunting.
Okay, 68 is a juror. He got shot by a pellet gun by a JSO. Hold on.
So I can't. 68. Go ahead, sir.
I got shot at by off-duty JSO with a pellet gun last year, gator hunting.
You were shot
While gator hunting.
They were off.
Shot at by an off-duty JSO officer.
So they weren't in uniform.
No,
Were they acting as a JSO officer?
no,
They were just being.
How did
he
you-
wasn't playing. It was a.
no.
Okay. So he's just being a jerk.
Yeah,
That's my word, not yours.
sure. I could elaborate further, but
I could elaborate further, but okay, 68. There you go. Oh, that's where I was like, I got some distrust in here. This is where this came from.
Did you report it as a crime or anything like that?
yes.
Okay. Was anything done?
No, he blamed it on his stepson.
Okay.
There you go. He went and blamed it on his stepson. 68. Mr. Mizrahi, how did 68 make the jury? Oh my God, Mr. Mizrahi. 68. Woo. He sees right through Detective Johns. Ooh, baby. 68. Woo, unless you're a stealth juror and you just said all this shit. Okay. Mr. Mizrahi must have been out of challenges, and I think he was the last person. Number 68 was the last juror picked. I shouldn't say that, but depending on how they use their numbering system, it looks like they just went in order. Woo-wee, hold on.
Can you set that experience aside?
I suppose.
I suppose. I said, this dude is trying to win over the jury pool. This is why Diane Menashe and Jose Baez are going to rock this shit. Mr. Mizrahi, we are onto your ass. To the transparency, we are onto your ass. We see how you act. Okay. We saw how you acted here and then what you did yesterday. These people must have saw Dr. What is it? Jekyll and Hyde? Yeah. Mr. Mizrahi.
That gives me some worry.
Yes.
You sure?
I mean, it created a level of distrust with JSO, but yes.
Well, part of being a juror is that you are sitting in judgment of our case, of our evidence.
He's gone.
So a certain
Look at me, he's gone and he's not. Motherfucker made the jury.
level of distrust is fine. Again, you should never come into a courtroom and look at a police officer and says, I believe everything that person says. That is not a service to the defendant and it's not justice. So, I mean, we believe this.
Oh, he is being such a politician here.
The question is that, is a police officer going to start with, this guy's going to have to really convince me because I don't trust police officers?
Not in this situation.
Okay, you can set it aside based on the nature of this charge, I think is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, 68.
What do you mean? He just said that the JSO officer said he blamed it on his stepkid. Okay, so 68 is in the jury room. 68, man, you're going to have to do a lot of convincing for him to say, oh, hell no, man. They want you to connect this, all these things for that dude to have done it versus I'm telling you, people in that jury room are saying the words Shanna Gardner. Shanna Gardner is your reasonable doubt. If you're Mario, if you're back there in that jury room, it would be mentioned and it would say, well, how do we know that the wife didn't do this? And like set up her, man that she really didn't like. I'm just saying, Jesse put that out there. He said, we're gonna play that again, what he said at the end. And it's not evidence. Their closing arguments are not evidence. But your closing argument you want to try to connect dots for them. Okay? Connect dots. Or show where dots cannot be connected beyond a reasonable doubt. And but Shanna Gardner is your reasonable doubt. Because if anybody's back there saying, okay, well, if they want to say Henry Tennant did it, and everybody's agreeing that Henry Tennant did it, okay, well, we heard nothing. There was, what's the relationship with, Shanna Gardner and John Biggerstaff? Well, it's unfortunate that Mr. Mizrahi and the crew didn't talk about that with the Biggerstaffs. Didn't talk about their relationship with Shanna Gardner. You want to know why? Because they're being so careful because they have to try another case. But these are Mr. Mizrahi. There's too many unknowns. There's too many unknowns. So what I'm trying to sort through here is who in that room, in that jury room, is going to be saying, you guys, there's too many unknowns. Guys, we can say common sense all we want, right? It's common sense what? I mean, but if they're providing us, there's no proof that Mario's not over there doing the work when they put the pool cam up. Why wasn't the pool cam put up way earlier? Why doesn't anybody ask themselves that? Why was the pool cam put up in August? If you knew and you had Mario's phone records in March, you want me to believe. Okay, we got the FBI in this. We got the ATF in this. We got Jacksonville Sheriffs. We got the Sheriff's Office. We have Jacksonville Beach Police Department. And you want to sit here and tell me that you looked at Mario's phone records immediately and you knew that he owned the Potomac residence and you're not putting up a poll cam before August, 8th, 9th? How stupid is that? How ridiculous is that? And then where is Jeremy Ordway in this? Why wasn't he called as a witness? Jeremy is the roommate of Henry Tennant. Hey, was Henry Tennant home on this night? Is anybody wondering that this whole time? Like, where is Jeremy? Jeremy lives at Potomac, right? Hey, on the night of the murder of Jared Bridegan. Well, guess why we don't have to call Jeremy? It's because what the defense is saying, Henry Tennant did it. Okay, well, how about this? Where is Jeremy being called to the stand to say, when Mario has been there, you've been there ever since January of 2022, right? Did he ever hear them? Did you ever see cash exchange? Did Henry Tennant have a bunch of wad of money laying around? I'm saying so much of this case I understand when they say, yeah, this is all stipulated to and it's in evidence and you're going to see it back there, but they were not shown it in the courtroom. And they were not like, so if somebody is living there and his name is Jeremy Ordway and he is supposedly the best friends with Henry Tennant, right? Jeremy Ordway was deposed a bunch of times. I think at least twice, unless they were rescheduling, but I know that he was deposed at least once, like hands down. I'm telling you, I think he was deposed twice. But I would be wondering things like, why aren't we hearing from that roommate? Why aren't we hearing from, did you see Henry Tennant working? Was Henry Tennant doing work? Like, hello, right? No? Maybe so. I mean, come on. Why wouldn't that be called? It's either going to be beneficial for one of these parties, but why didn't we hear that? I mean, who's going to go back to that deliberating room and say, man, I don't care how broke you are. You're going to commit murder for $10,000 with checks? Like, why the hell would he pay in checks for murder? That makes no sense. When all he had to do, why wouldn't he just give him cash? That's not common sense. To take back your common sense, you're not going to take back to the bed, to the deliberating room and say, do you guys think it's reasonable and it makes sense, common sense that I'm involved in a murder for hire case, and I'm going to, again, I would have been stressing this. I would have stressed the fact that you cannot prove that Mario Saldana knew that Henry Tennant had a blue truck. And I would have used Detective Burrell and him saying, well, we drove by that house in February and we couldn't see any vehicles, you know, the blue truck or whatever. I would have said, there's just, to take back your common sense and go back there and say, who's going to commit a murder for hire? Let's even say whatever the dollar amount is. Okay. Who's going to commit that and ask to be paid in checks? And then someone's going to say back there, well, they did it like that they're funneling the money through, you know, legitimate work. But he didn't get anything before it. Why didn't they show why didn't the government show, hey, Henry Tennant pays for his rent like this? Did he pay cash? How did he pay rent? Where's the receipts on any ways that he pays? There is nobody can testify to pattern of life. Nobody did, except what Detective Johns is just winging shit out of his ass. It makes absolutely no sense. But what is the pattern? What is the history and pattern of life of these two people for 6 months to a year before the murders? How are they conducting life? And Detective Johns says stupid things like, well, we don't know if we even have all the bank statements. Well, whose fucking fault is that? The defendants? You want us to convict and you're over here saying they may have other accounts out there? Well, you guys are the goddamn government and ATF, FBI. Like, what do you mean? So if I'm a juror going back there and I'm listening to these people's answers in this jury selection, okay? There's some people that are going to be saying, no doubt in my mind, they're going to say, you guys, they want us to assume this. They want us to assume all of these things. They want us to assume what? Everything, because there's no proof that the money in the checks was for a killing. And Mr. Mizrahi wants to say, well, how do you want us to prove a murder for hire case? Like, this is the things that you're going to be expecting to see. We're not going to have everything, but in a murder for hire case, this is what you should be expecting to see. What in a murder for hire case? Somebody does a murder for hire case on layaway. I'll give you one better. When do y'all think that John Biggerstaff gave Mario Saldana the gun? When? What is the state saying? The state is saying that happened upon Mario having sex with Miss Biggerstaff. Do you guys know when that was? That was in the way evening of the 15th, which was after him going to Potomac earlier, in which they're saying that to go visit old Henry on the 15th, that he was at the property. How can he give him a gun when he doesn't have it yet if he got it after he banged the girl, old Maria? Also, who plans a murder for hire and doesn't have a gun yet? Until you might not even have the gun. What if John Biggerstaff doesn't even give you the gun after you bang the girl? Oh man, dude, I gotta find where that gun is, man. Shit, I thought it was here. I can't even find that damn thing now. Wouldn't you be getting that gun like way earlier than potentially holding out that, oh God, you know what? And then another thing that doesn't make sense is Mario wasn't asking John Biggerstaff for the gun, right? Or rather, wasn't asking to bang Maria. It was John Biggerstaff asked Mario. So think about this. Another part of the link has to be, wow, what are the odds that Mario would just be asked to have sex with Maria Biggerstaff and that John Biggerstaff would just volunteer to say, you know what, I'll give you a gun if you bang her. And then why wouldn't John Biggerstaff be, so he just has no idea. So all of these just like, John Biggerstaff, you had no idea that you were giving Mario a gun. Because do they think it's crap or not crap? Do they think that that was a whole conspiracy with this. That's why, so conspiracy charges were dropped, so now it's just solicitation, right? Well, I'm sorry, but what you're putting in front of me is conspiracy. Without saying it. Because what it would seem like is, here, we're going to have to make it seem like I came over here for a different reason, so let me bang your girl. What? Yeah, and record it. But then there's all these recordings of her doing this with other people. So then it's not some ruse, you know what I mean? It's not some fake thing. And then after the murder, you don't think when you're hearing this all over the news that John Biggerstaff's like, wouldn't you extort money out of Mario Saldana? Fuck, I would. I'd be like, dude, are you kidding me? Dude, I just gave you a gun the night before a murder of your new current wife's ex-husband he's murdered. I'm going to the fucking cops, dude. You're insane. No, you're not, because I'm gonna give you what? A couple $100,000. You're gonna shut the fuck up. You need a bunch of money, don't you? I mean, how are all these people keeping their mouths closed? For what? For what? The only way you keep your mouth closed is because you're getting something. Otherwise, no, I have nothing to do with any of this shit, you know? The cops are gonna come knocking. It's and then what about them talking about the fact that, you guys, it's not just he's just missing that gun. Every single gun is unaccounted for that he had back in the day. Not just one. Every single gun that man owned, other than the ones that he gave his son, which I think were a couple, were unaccounted for. And it is illogical to think that, hey, go write down that your cop car was stolen and go ahead and write down guns in June of 2023 and mark them as stolen. You would have done that in 2022 or 2021, right? Why would you ever do that after the fact? That makes no sense. You're bringing on, if if the gun was stolen, what's the point of that? What are you trying to say? And then he's like, and then we're just going to say it's a Scrivener's error if they catch on to it. Catch on to what? That is the worst plan I've ever heard in my entire life. That is dumb. So that means that you did have the gun. Juan Biggerstaff did have that gun in his possession, which means he drove a vehicle from Texas to Florida, and he would have had he could have drove across state lines with that gun in 2022 in February for his wedding. And then he's like, okay, after everyone's getting talked to, I'm going to go ahead and say that gun was stolen out of my cop car, my undercover cop car in June of 2023. Right? That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. But what makes more sense is if you look at that receipt, right? You have all of those 19 to 20 guns, and the way that they're all written, you can barely even read that shit. But all it says is Glock and Glock. And then you have to look over to the next, so if you're in a hurry to, hey, what's that serial number? Now the question is was his cop car really stolen? And Mr. Mizrahi is basically saying that that's all bullshit. And Stifler saying that that's all bullshit. And so are they the ones that put the complaint in for Juan to file a complaint? Who filed this complaint that he lost his whole entire career? Right? And then he wants to talk about now, this is what I cannot believe if a juror is not back there saying, you guys, they want us to believe that's Fred Barton. He has nothing, why would he lie? Who cares? It's 2016 when that whole gun shit happened with John Biggerstaff, Juan Biggerstaff, Fred Barton. So John Biggerstaff gets popped for running a prostitution ring, which he's some pimp, but then that's how he gets popped with the feds. And he's like, no, this is a complete, this is a misunderstanding. Okay, great. Well, while you're out on pretrial release, you then fail a drug test when you test positive for cocaine. But in 2016 into 2017, when he took this plea deal, those guns, that is way before, Shanna Gardner does not know Mario Saldana. Mario Saldana, was he even around during that time, right? Are you sitting here saying, because everything was searched, who cares who's lying to what in 2016, 2017 about the guns? They all have different memories, right? The government was supposed to keep an eye on all of this shit. Why didn't you confiscate those guns? What's going on here? According to John Biggerstaff, he's like, they were confiscated. Well, what did Juan Biggerstaff say on the stand? Like, he took him to Fred Barton's. And what does Fred Barton say that didn't come out? I don't know why this did not get called out. Mr. Barton, why were you locking your room like a lunatic? Oh, because my son, he stole 8 handguns from me. Why the fuck didn't that come out? Do you understand that? Wait, excuse me? Your son stole 8 handguns out of your room before? That's why we're talking about I locked my door and why are you saying here that it was a week? A week later, they came back. Do you understand that you did an interview with the cops and you said it was like 3 or 4 months that John Biggerstaff did come back, and that it wasn't until after you talked to the cops and ATF when they sat you down, you're like, oh, maybe Juan was with him. The fuck? I don't know. I would have been impeaching everybody. But he said on the stand in this trial, now if they're going to go ahead and look, I don't even know if those reports are even in there. I don't know. I would have just been impeaching everybody. Do you guys know that if you're back there in the jury room, And so they heard in closing for the first time that Mr. Mizrahi was like, do you guys think that we had no idea that the defense was going to come in here and say that Henry Tenen did the shooting? That's the first time that we ever heard that. That's what the prosecution makes known, is that the defense wants to talk about all this evidence here. All this evidence is here because we had no idea that the defendant was going to walk in here and say that Mr. Tenen was the shooter. Well, who in the back room, is there going to be anybody that says, well, maybe they were just conceding that he's the shooter because it's like they have no evidence against my client, even if he is the shooter? Is anybody going to say that? That'd be one of the things. I mean, I'm just saying if a person like me was back there, that's going to come out of my mouth. Like, how about the blue truck? The state is claiming that Mario Saldana is driving the blue truck. And that came out in closing, that Mr. Mizrahi zooms in. He's like, look at that picture right there. It's the grainiest shit you've ever seen. That dude is short that's in that vehicle, he tells them. And it's like, what? Okay, well, I think it would have helped to have a DNA expert for the defense to talk about the fact of transfer, touch DNA, all this stuff that's big in cases right now. And they couldn't find any, they swabbed all of the shit in Mario's DNA is nowhere. And it wasn't wiped down. The question for me, I know a bunch of females back there would probably be saying is, well, I have a question. If we don't believe that he's in the truck, then, I mean, like, since they're trying to put him in the truck, but we don't think he's in the truck. So, like, does that mean, I mean, do you think that they're confused about that? Like, I think people are back there saying things like, well, it doesn't matter actually if he's in the truck or not. Because then the other theory is that Mario is just running all over on foot and being able to avoid all these cameras. I just think there should have been more connecting of dots, and I would have never conceded to the fact that Henry Tenen was the shooter. But the defense, I believe, thought we were going to make it really simple here. There's not enough information to ever go beyond a reasonable doubt because you have no idea what Shanna Gardner's involvement is. You have no idea who Henry Tenen worked with. That could have been somebody besides Mario, but why would he do it? Well, how about the word, why wouldn't Henry Tenen extort Mario? If he supposedly saw him driving around in all these freaking fancy cars and all this stuff, then why would Henry Tenen only take $10,000? Why aren't we showing the fact that the roof was in disarray? I mean, these are all things that talk about an advantage going into this trial for Shanna Gardner. I don't know. Now, let's just say somebody goes back there and they say, you guys, he totally did it. He totally, I mean, he is the link. Jared Bridegan doesn't, I mean, we heard nothing about Jared Bridegan's life that could have led to him having issues with other people, right? We didn't hear anything. There's no problems with Jared's life other than his custody. Because the jury didn't hear anything other than there was no doubt as to could Jared have had other issues, except maybe just a little bit of that like church bishop shit, right? Well, why aren't we talking about who Jared was on the phone with during date night that he had to like be he was just not present? The jury doesn't know about that though. The jury just knows that he took a phone call during date night for 20 minutes. I don't think that there's enough data to focus and hone in. I mean, there is so much reasonable doubt here. So I'm trying to ask you guys, how do 12 citizens go back into a deliberating room and literally look at all of themselves and say, yep, we totally know what happened here beyond a reasonable doubt. That, yep, he had to have hired him. Jared Brightigan could have only been involved with being in a homicide if it was a murder for hire case. Also, I've looked all over. What are the results of the tire that was found at Potomac as far as DNA? Whose DNA is on the tire at Potomac? The one that they found miraculously. What are your strongest points? So let's go like this. Mr. Mizrahi. Mr. Mizrahi, let's go to you. Mr. Mizrahi, you are insane, boy. We are running the clock here. Let's see what we're on. Hold on one second. I want to show you a little clip of Mr. Mizrahi here in his rebuttal. I think there's a couple really good jurors back there that are like, dude. Day 8. Day 7.
Substantial evidence that points to the defendant, and just realize Henry Tennant didn't testify and no one saw him in the truck. We don't have those pieces of evidence, but would you ever expect to have those pieces of evidence in a murder for hire case? By the defense logic, if the killer doesn't testify, it's impossible to prove a murder for hire case, absent a full written confession.
I think this is so wild. Okay, here.
As his financial records. If those did go to Mr. Fernandez, he would know it. The evidence is that that did not happen. Mr. Fernandez, think about if they had told you this, no one would have wrote it down because it wouldn't have been important. Mr. Fernandez took $50,000 of his own money and transferred it to a joint account of First Choice Home Rentals so that he could pay for a $15,000 air conditioning unit and the checks that he wrote to Henry Tennant. There wasn't enough in the account. All Mr. Fernandez did was transfer money that he had in his account, hundreds, I think it was 212,000 or 160,000, and he moved 50,000 to the business account. It covered all the expenses, and then he moved the remaining balance back to himself. What benefit did Mr. Fernandez get from the transfer of that $50,000? And the answer is zero. It was his money, and he covered expenses to his premarital rental property. That's what happened. And you have to ask yourselves when you go back and deliberate, why did they tell me that? This case is like 3.5 years old. They have to know what money was moved. Why did they tell me that in opening statement? And then gauge the rest of the evidence that you heard to determine if that was credible. As was during the homicide. And then there's no evidence of who was driving the blue F1 Ford 50 the night of the homicide. And then in her closing statement, she told you two things. She said, go to the next slide. I think maybe I'll know. Well, I'll get to that. And I'm jumping the gun on the slides, but I'll skip, I promise, when I get there. She told you an opening statement that two people can keep a secret if one person's dead, which means that two people who are alive can't keep the secret, right? That's what the saying is. Then today, she told you it had to be Mario Fernandez because it was mutual destruction between Henry Tennant and Mario Fernandez. Those are two completely different concepts. Two people can keep a secret if one is dead, and it's mutual destruction. And then we don't know where he is, but he's in the blue truck. Two totally different concepts. And then Ms. Stifler gave you this whole example about how it had to be Mr. Fernandez in the blue truck because it was mutual destruction. There's only one person Henry Tennant would trust.
Okay. Now, I thought long and hard. I said, what? Once you run somebody's name and you put it through NCIC, you put, if as a police officer, when you're looking up somebody and you're scanning and you're putting in license plates or you're putting in VINs, right? It comes up what is registered to them, right? So Henry Tennant, they would have known in March of 2022, the beginning of March, if not the end of February, because they had Mario Saldana's call, like they got all of their calls. If you're saying that he has such a small, tight circle here, right? Who did he call to, like, you only have so many names. So you would look at every single person and boom, Henry Tennant's going to come up right away. We're going to believe that they didn't look to see right when they would have saw that Henry Tennant has a rap sheet, which he does. Okay. John Biggerstaff has a rap sheet. Okay. They would have, why was there never a thing to try to figure out if Henry Tennant and John Biggerstaff have a relationship? You're going to look into the cars that each of them own and drive. Then you're going to look into their, okay, well, who, do they have family or friends? Like whose family, the cars that they have? No. You're looking for this blue F-150, right? Then the most important thing that you're going to do, right, is to see how many blue F-150s are registered in from a 2004 to 2008 year in the Jacksonville Beach area or in Jacksonville, fuck, in Florida. Where was that done? If you're truly doing boots on the ground, but you have to like back it up even one step further, which is where and why and when did you determine that the blue truck was part of this murder case? And we know that it was at least by March 9th because you put it out to the media. But if you go based off the records and when they're asking people and doing certain things, when did you determine that? Well, let's just go with March 9th. Fuck it. That's when it went out to the media. But we know that they don't put that shit out right away. But easy math sakes, March 9th. The question needs to be why? Why? How and why did you ever determine that the blue truck has anything to do with this case? When you see somebody walking off with no vehicles, when you're looking at the photo, when you're looking at the video from America with the still image, with the truck coming and triggering it, and you see that last fourth shot, they say, you see no cars over there. None. You see somebody on foot. And you actually hear, if you listen, you hear a vehicle like revving, like driving off, like you kind of hear like the gas. I don't know, pay attention to the left over there. Like somebody was walking or running off to get onto Sanctuary Parkway to then get onto JBT or whatever. That would be the smartest thing to do. But where is this blue truck coming into that truck's involved? Think about it. You want to know what I would say? I would say by March 9th, you knew that Henry Tennant and his family had that truck. That's what that tells me. Well, I don't know why. Why does it tell you that? Because of every statement that everybody is saying in every interview. That's why. Because you have a video. And the other thing that it would tell me is that there's no way that they are dumb to the fact that the white truck that triggered your fourth shot, the SUV and that blue truck are behind it. Okay. So, and they would be behind then the murder happening, which means the blue truck and that SUV are actually not those aren't the right vehicles. And so when that white truck does trigger, there's no other vehicle. There's no vehicles there. Who would like ambush him? Like remember we always thought, okay, hey, a vehicle was parked there acting like somebody needed to get a tire change, something like that, like had to stop him, blah, blah, blah. You guys, where's that vehicle? What vehicle does that? How does the tire get out into the middle of the road? And I said, oh, shit, they need the truck. They need the truck because they want to be able to put Mario Saldana in it. And they need the truck to then swipe and do all their swabbing. And we need to be able to put Mario in that truck. So we need to find the truck because this will be the thing is you don't need the truck. The physical truck, you do not need that to convict Henry Tenen of anything. You want to know why? Because you're going to show the jury that he has what? His dad, he inherited his dad's truck. His dad's truck's a 2004, blue Laredo, blah, blah, F1. You don't need the physical truck, right? You don't. You have the registration. Yes, it's to his dad, but his dad died. He gave it to Henry. Gave it to Henry's family, his brother, whatever, him. So he owned one. Here you go. Do you need that blue truck physically in its possession to be able to get Henry Tenen on murder? The fuck no, you don't. But they need it for what? They needed to get who? So why wouldn't that truck have been destroyed? That's why I believe that they ruled everything else out when they found that there is somebody in Mario's circle that has that blue truck, and them acting like they didn't know who owned it or anything like that until July. That's the lie to me. And they're trying to find it and try to locate it and all these things. You guys, if Henry's still putting tires on the truck on April 2nd, he's deciding to put 2 new tires on, and that because of that, he's going to keep one of them, right? All the shit that we've heard. So you're telling me the police aren't watching Mario and all the properties to see that Henry Tenen's still driving that truck allegedly, supposedly in April? Because what it looks to me is, I've always said, if you're going to talk about what the checks are, that they're fake, it's because Mario Saldana bought that truck from him, basically. Here. Something along those lines. Or here, I'm going to pay for the truck because we need to destroy that truck. Maybe he doesn't tell, all I'm saying is that there ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way that you don't see and aren't able to get to Jimmy Jones until October of 2022. If you have Henry Tenen's phone records and who is in Henry Tenen's orbit. Why does the poll camera happen so late? Why is there nobody doing any work for like a month during the murder case? And Detective Johns tried to get in front of that and try to say that, oh, things were going cold. The fuck out of here. No, you guys needed to have stuff pop off. They had to make probable cause. Without that tire, there is no probable cause for Henry. Then I'm over here thinking, well, wouldn't there be? Wasn't there probable cause? I don't know, when you went and interviewed them, you're not thinking to ask what kind of vehicles anybody has. Oh, that he has this. Nobody says a blue truck. But Jeremy Ordway wants to just announce that to you. July 26th, not July 18th, when you're there to just miraculously get that tire. why would a tire be laying up against the house? And how did it get there? If it was in the back of the truck and it was a matching other tire to the 2004 truck that they hid over there at Jimmy Jones's. Why wasn't there any subpoenas? Does Jimmy Jones not have a phone? And Stifler comes out, and I made a comment of it, and she wants to say it was a stroke of luck. It was a stroke of luck in her opening. And then she comes out, look at this. She comes out, and her first thing that she wants to say in her, one of the first things that she says in her closing.
Hypothetical doubt, a forced doubt. It's not a guess, conjecture. Homeless, squatting on people's couches with an overdrawn bank account and no access to firearms, who doesn't go to Jacksonville Beach other than the times where he is hunting Jared.
Sorry.
And that intent was formed long before. And all of you must render a unanimous verdict when you're considering in 5239 Potomac Avenue, when he realized the police were closing in on him, when they arrested Henry Tennant on August 18th of 2022. Up until then, he didn't think they would ever get caught. This plan was designed specifically so that it would never tie back to Mario Fernandez.
Right there. That is fucking illogical to me. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's illogical. That is absolutely illogical. Once the March 9th video comes out, it is absolutely illogical to think that Mario thought that he wouldn't get caught. Illogical. When you're showing that blue truck and you're saying that that's a truck, and him knowing if this everything that they're saying, March 9th is a wake-up call. And you could also look and see if it's a tickle of the wire as well. Why did they put out the picture? Usually you put out because you want people to come forward, right? Well, nobody did. Nobody did come forward. Where the hell was Jeremy Ordway not coming forward?
Using a random tenant without a lease, without lawful residence.
What do you mean without a lease? They never showed that in court that he didn't have a lease or that he did have one. Or what do you mean he's random? He's calling him all the time. It would lead to Henry Tennant. And then we're supposed to think that the FBI didn't do their job to see who's in Henry Tennant's orbit or John Bierstaff's orbit and every other person that Mario Saldana was calling to say that they didn't do their job to see who owned a fucking truck like that? You want me to believe that? You're on crack if you want me to believe that. That is absolutely absurd. And if these people in the jury are even remotely saying anything like this, then they're questioning, dude, if he's calling him all this many times, I mean, why didn't they ever go and talk to Henry Tennant before July 18th? Anybody ask that question? Why didn't they go and talk to Henry Tennant way before July 18th? And you want to say boots on the ground, great hard work? No, you don't go and talk to people just like they didn't go and talk to Brian Kohlberger, right? Right? When they have a white car and he has a white car and all these stupid circumstances, right? That they say that they have. Why didn't you go interview him? Why didn't you go ask him any questions? Why was Henry Tennant not talked to until July 18th? And there's only one reason for that. One. Why weren't the poll cameras up before then? Why'd the poll cameras go up in August? Literally 2 weeks after July 26th. 3 weeks after July 18th. I mean, you don't go and talk to Henry Tennant, but you want me to believe that boots on the ground knocking down doors. Get the fuck out of here. I don't believe any of that because that's an oxymoron to me. you would have talked to Henry Tenen way before, and him going, and you see how often Mario Saldana is going to that property. That could be a really hot location. I mean, but don't you think if Mario did this, that he would know that they're going to look into his background and see what properties he owns and where he could potentially be hiding stuff? And we're supposed to believe that on the night of the murder, Henry Tenen is walking around Jacksonville Beach with a hot fucking gun. Woo-hoo! Right after he shoots him, right? He decides to walk all over Jack's Beach for 3 hours with a loaded, hot gun that he just used to commit murder. That's what common sense tells me, that is that's illogical to me.
At that residence anymore, with checks, with subject lines, they wouldn't draw too much attention out of a business account until it didn't.
What do you mean wouldn't draw too much attention?
Until they figured it out. Until, by a stroke of luck, an act of God, good detective work.
Right here, stroke of luck, act of God.
Boots on the ground, never giving up, going everywhere, trying everything, talking to everybody.
That's not true. None of that's true. They didn't go and try to talk to everybody. Stroke of luck. She cannot stop saying that. And it's so true. The stroke of luck is called planting evidence. Planting evidence. That's the stroke of luck. That tire was planted. That tire was obtained from that fucking house, meaning Jimmy Jones, okay, and put at the Potomac house. The question is who did it? Did the police do it all by themselves? Did the police get one of these people to actually roll earlier? Meaning the Jeremy Ordways of the world, right? Meaning Jimmy Jones of the world. I'm leaning towards Jeremy Ordway. A stroke of luck. And Mario's involved in this. And think about this. Mario's like, what the fuck is that tire doing there? Doesn't say that not once. Again, this is going to come out in the Shanna Gardner case.
Finding that tire at Potomac Avenue. And then in August 2022, that's when this defendant began to distance himself. And you all saw.
Distance himself in August of 2022. That's when Henry Tenen went to fucking jail. So she's using jail as a way to say like that he distant. Like that's nuts. Nobody can go to jail with you. People in jail have to actually call you. You don't call them.
The evidence, and I'll discuss that. So 3 things I agree with. Mere association with a guilty party doesn't prove guilt. But close association with several guilty parties, that's harder to explain. Motive, several guilty parties. That's
several guilty parties. This is absurd. These people were never arrested. John Biggerstaff wasn't arrested. Juan Biggerstaff wasn't arrested. Jeremy Ordway wasn't arrested. Jimmy Jones wasn't arrested. This mere association with guilty people, what is she talking about? Who's guilty here?
And I'll discuss that. So 3 things I agree with. Mere association.
And no offense, if I'm in that jury room, I'm saying, guys, I don't give a fuck what both of those people saying that Henry Tenen is guilty and that they believe that Henry Tenen did this. We didn't see, where is the evidence that Henry Tenen did this? Has Henry Tenen been charged? Are we supposed to even know about that? Like, or has he been found guilty? You know what I mean? Like, Henry Tenen is dead to us. Now we found out Henry Tenen's alive and well, and then there's some prejudicial shit that we're showing a side-by-side of Henry Tenen walking and being arrested at Jack's Beach, or right, wherever the hell it was, and they want to do this gate comparison. That shit is the most improper evidence I've ever seen admitted into a courtroom. That's never coming in the Shanna Gardner case. That is the most prejudicial shit. Not to mention the fact that Detective Johns there is no forensic gate expert. You go to school and oh my God, I'm now an expert in examining people's gaits, the way they walk. Okay, Charlie Kirkers out there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Detective Johns' opinion was offered in on testimony is like, fools. Stifler is a fool, an absolute dumbass.
With a guilty party doesn't prove guilt. The close association with several guilty parties, that's harder to explain. Motive.
That is a mischaracterization of everything. Several guilty party. Who the fuck is guilty here? Unbelievable.
Even though it's not required, can tell you who committed a crime. And consciousness of guilt, hiding evidence.
Where's the consciousness of guilt? Who hid the evidence? What did Mario hide? I'm curious because Mario is paying somebody in checks. That's not hiding anything. We should be asking ourselves, why would Mario do that regardless? Why didn't he give him cash? Those checks were written after March 9th. Everybody understand that? Those checks were written after March 9th. After knowing that the fucking truck is everywhere. March 28th and April 2nd. That's when those checks were written. That's got to be some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard and seen in my life. Or it's... And then there's just a paper trail of it, though. Again, the order here is really key, guys. Everybody and their mother in Jacksonville Beach, Jacksonville, Florida, is knowing that they are on the hunt for this 2004 to 2008 blue piece of shit two-tone truck, okay? And then Mario writes a check, 3 of them, to Henry Tenen, who, according to the state, he knows that Henry Tenen has a truck like that because he just got one from his dad and drove back from Georgia and yada yada yada. Yeah, I'm gonna write a fucking 3 checks out to somebody that has a truck that I know of, and I'm not turning in, but I know, and dude, I'm gonna get out of here, man. That's pretty fucking hilarious to me.
Destroying evidence is evidence.
Destroying evidence is evidence. But there's no evidence of destruction of evidence. Where is Mario destroying evidence? Fuck, that truck would have been wiped down. You found the truck. It ain't wiped down.
Of guilt itself. First-degree murder, the law is very simple on that, and it's not going to be in dispute that Jared Brightigan was killed with an intent to get on. And how they weren't that petty, they weren't that acrimonious, but you can look. I gave him a charitable donation. I gave him some Kickstarter startup money. He doesn't say that to his friend because it doesn't make any sense. His friend's giving me all these theories that don't make sense. He doesn't say that. That is important. He doesn't say it because that check does not make sense given what you know about bringing in buckets and brooms and bags of.
Okay. October 6, 2022. I got to be completely honest with you. Why the hell would Jeremy Ordway ever rent a house? Ever rent a house from anybody, right? If this is what it looked like inside the place, like this. And they take a picture from October 6, 2022. Where's the picture of the roof? Let's say, why didn't you have a picture of that?
Items. They're bringing in buckets and brooms and bags of unknown items. They're bringing in buckets and brooms and bags of unknown items. There is no tile in the majority of this house. It's been ripped up.
Look at that. How many bathrooms are in this house? How many bathrooms are in this house? Usually houses like this only have 1 bath. I'm curious. What is this? Why would this sink ever be smashed down like this? What? October 6, 2022. When did he sell the place? Search of Potomac. Why did you not search the Potomac house until October 6th of 2022? Why? I'm curious. Why was there a search warrant served on October 6th?
Sink is off. And then it states 205. This is what Potomac, 5239 Potomac looks like. This is a Google map photo of March 2025 after the Atlas homebuyers bought it. Looks like renovated it.
Looks like renovated it. They painted the outside brick fucking white. Miss Stifler. You have no idea what it looks like in the inside. Looks like renovated it.
So this is...
Why didn't you take your happy ass in there and ask to take some pics?
Using your common sense, you can decide how much money you think that roof costs and that landscaping costs to make this house look like that.
You can ask yourself how much it costs to make the roof look like that. Well, you didn't show me a before and after pic. Where's the before and where's the roof before? Right here, September 6th. Let's see.
September 21st, about a month after Henry Tennant is arrested, the defendant signs a purchasing agreement for 5239 Potomac to quick sale it to Atlas Home Buying for $90,000 and asks to close remotely by mid-October. Mr. Dreiser put into evidence Tennant is arrested. Zoom appointments on September 21st. The defendant, you'll see, is keeping it. You have to consider that in its totality of what the significance of that is.
It would be a lot if he didn't keep the phone. He kept the phone and continued to use it. That's where I'm just like, why would he do that?
September 5th to September 21st, the defendant, you'll see in his emails, he contacts a home buying company.
Okay, perfect. Look at that. 9-6, the part that's missing here. Mario Saldana got an attorney in August of 2022. Wouldn't you, after your fucking tenant is arrested and they are telling you that his truck is involved in a murder case and it's Jared's murder, and that's what Jeremy Ordway tells you because the cops tell them that when they drop the dog off? I don't know about you guys, but lawyers absolutely suck. How many times have you ever gone to a lawyer and you get a free little consult for like an hour, and then they say, if you want to get me on a retainer, this is how much it costs. And then they throw you some big ass motherfucking figure. Okay? They give you that hour free, maybe two if you must be doing something nice. But yeah, you have a 1 hour free consult. Awesome. So between August 26th or August, whenever the fuck he was arrested, go and look and see if Mario retained a lawyer. He did. Do you think that they were just like, don't pay me any money? I'm not accepting any money. So could this, hey, I got to quick sale my house to get the money so I can have it for a retainer? But it didn't come out, and I wanted it to come out in the timeline that there's nothing wrong with getting an attorney after the fact of something like that happening. Like, holy shit. What the hell's going on here? But that would explain selling the house. but didn't he have monies that he could just distancing himself? If this wouldn't matter. Also, remember they were divorcing and all this shit, right? He's getting out. He's going to Orlando. Like shit's not working out with. That was a while ago. I mean, I don't see how this would equate to like that. I'm distancing myself from Henry Tennant because there's all the. What do you think they're never going to be able to say that he was a tenant of yours? It's all over. The addresses are all over. Like that's crazy. This can't be for that reason. You have to figure out a different reason why. But that's logically doesn't make sense because he's already tied to him. So no, he's not distancing himself and selling a house.
Whole Atlas Homes.
Also, go look at Jeremy Ordway's interviews. He told Jeremy he was getting that something about he was selling the place. There's also those conversations. Where's that at?
And he makes these Zoom appointments on September 5th and September 7th to talk to them. And then
When did we ever also hear about this during the trial? When was that ever testified to? Like these emails. I mean, I get that the people are just stipulating this stuff being in evidence, but this jury just has to be like, when did we ever hear about this? They didn't.
And we could exonerate John Biggerstaff. It is clear that if John Biggerstaff gave that firearm to Mario Fernandez to give to Henry Tennant, wherever it ended up, nobody can find it. And if we had it, we could compare it to these shell casings and we could exonerate John Biggerstaff.
All right, guys. The jury had a question. You guys know that? The jury had a question. The jury had a question. I can only imagine what it is. What was it? Let's take a look. Did they put it out online or no?
We can't. People don't get rid of evidence that's helpful to them. People don't get rid of evidence that's helpful to them. Guns don't just disappear. They're valuable. They're dangerous. Police officers aren't so uncareful with their weapons. And plenty.
Okay, think about that right there. Think about that comment with what I told you about juror 68. Juror 68 is like, that's not true. They're definitely not careful with their weapons and whether it's their personal use weapon, whether it's a paintball gun weapon. Okay, and they blame it on other people.
Of convicted felons possess firearms and don't get caught.
And then this argument I have is dead over this argument. Girl, where are they? Where are 20 guns? You offered this man immunity. Because I have a question about, like, fuck this case. Where is this dude's guns? Where is this man's guns? Great job, government.
Plenty of people don't take a magistrate's order seriously. That's clear because John Biggerstaff didn't really take it very seriously on pretrial. He said he shouldn't do drugs. Because he ended up going back into custody.
I mean, he shouldn't do drugs. No, there's no words about shouldn't. He was, the courts don't say you shouldn't do something. They say you're not allowed to. What do you mean you shouldn't? Hey, Tommy, you shouldn't cross the road like that. What the fuck?
In serving time. So just because a magistrate or a law or a judge tells you not to do something doesn't mean people do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a job. I wouldn't be standing in this courtroom talking to juries like all of you. Agent
Then why didn't you arrest him?
McStangle,
Why are you offering immunity to such human shitbags?
a firearms instructor from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, also testified that in 18 microscopic view of the evidence. It does not require proof beyond all doubt, then being the wear and tear over time.
What?
An hypothetical, made-up explanation for something. But you cannot go down that path. You have to look to the evidence and the testimony and your common sense. All of the evidence. This is the last portion, and then I'm wrapping up, I promise.
Sure you are.
The Getty Museum in New York City did this exhibit on textiles. What they did was they showed microscopic views. So what you see here is a fabric, and when you look at it under a microscope, ancient fabrics, you can see the minor defects, the imperfections in the threads, the weaving, the wear and tear over time. And then in the exhibit, when you pull back, you see how the threads are woven, how they connect, and what the tapestry shows. The law does not require a microscopic view of the evidence. It does not require proof beyond all doubt. It does not require perfection. No matter what you look at individually, how close you look at it, when you step back and see how it all relates together, the witnesses, the testimony, the
You can't speak to anything.
motive,
Oh my
it
God.
is clear that it makes sense.
It's clear that it makes sense. What a shitty ass comparison. Look at that woven shit right there. How bad was that? They can't use the bricks. They cannot use the bricks. They can't show how they removed all the bricks and that it's just him, because there would be, guess what bricks are still left? The Gardner family, Shanna Gardner. And we didn't hear anything to do with the other side. Like, you know, we weren't shown any evidence to say that where anybody was in that family to have hired Henry Tenen. And the reason you can consider that is because once you are told that, wow, you guys found the truck and you guys did not search the home.
No matter how much you look at these individually, you are going to keep coming back to this conclusion. You can test it, you can argue it, you can play devil's advocate, but there is no other conclusion that makes sense other than this defendant had Henry Tenen killed Jared Brightigan. It is unexplainable in any other way for all of these to add up together.
This is why I just think that if you would have not conceded that Henry Tenen was the killer, I mean, Henry Tenen hasn't been tried.
And if you think that there is no reasonable doubt that he aided, encouraged, incited, solicited, or was there that night, then you have a duty to find him guilty.
I think John Biggerstaff and Juan Biggerstaff got Henry to be involved, not even like the shooter. His truck. Why would it be Mario?
And that brings us to your verdict, which is the truth. For those of us that do work in homicide, we have an expression. To the living, we owe respect. To the dead, we owe the truth. Your verdict will forever define the death of Jared Brightigan and the responsibility.
Exactly.
Overruled.
Oh.
It will forever define the death of Jared Brightigan and the responsibility and culpability under the law of those that planned it, of those that wanted it.
Wait, of those that planned it. Who else? Who's those? Of those that planned it. I thought it was just Mario. which is weird. Okay, now Mr. Mizrahi loses his dick right here. Where does he lose his ass? Here he comes up out of his chair.
Attitude. Grace is defined in our grace.
You know what? I don't want to use, I want to do it. That's too silent for me. I want to do this one. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and drop the link here as well. And anybody that wants to share a minute as to if they were back there in that jury room, what would you say? There it is. Let me pin it. Hit that. Let's go. We're going to use East Idaho. Crazy. We're going to use
The defense rested after calling two witnesses, two teachers that knew. Let me give you some background on this case. Mario Fernandez Saldana, one of three defendants facing murder charges for the death of Jared Brideville Fernandez. Kids went. Very brief testimony. Right, here's a little bit of that.
At sidebar, they informed me that you standing. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. So it's okay. So their advice, they can give you their advice. You look at the jury and have the jury consider
This murder had been making preparations, vulnerable. Jared Brightigan.
To the people who wanted Jared dead.
In that, by not, and it doesn't have to be a formal defense. I know your lawyers filed some notice of alibi, but it doesn't have to be a formal defense. It could just be any information. Have you weighed that too? Yes, Your Honor.
So with that, both sides prepared for closings. Jury came back in the courtroom. Prosecutor Christina Stifler argued that Henry Tenen may have pulled the trigger, but Mario was the man who connected the killer to the people who wanted Jared dead. She said Jared Brightigan never saw it coming. Actually, let me just play you a little bit of the opening of the closing argument for the prosecution.
Jared Brightigan never saw it coming. He was unarmed, unaware, exposed. Is to answer into this.
The timeline of events showed the jury where Mario was, how he met up with John Biggerstaff the night before the killing, had sex with his wife, and then John Biggerstaff's the one that had the 10mm gun, and then the gun somehow got to Henry Tenen in the course of that time frame. Prosecution acknowledged it doesn't have the DNA, and
right there. Gotcha. Okay, exactly. Let's talk about that right there, Brian.
Was how he met up with John Biggerstaff the night before the killing, had sex with his wife, and then John Biggerstaff's the one that had the 10mm gun, and then the gun somehow.
The gun somehow what?
Got to Henry Tenen in the course of that time frame.
Exactly. In the course of what time frame? In the course of what time frame? He was over at Potomac earlier. Then he goes later, like way later, and bangs Maria Biggerstaff. It's recorded. Exactly. So you were under the impression that he didn't get that gun until after the bang. Okay. Perfect. Now, and then you say, and it's just somehow that gun then gets into the hands of who? Well, Henry Tenen. Because that's a great plan. Nothing like the last minute. Okay. So somehow though, he doesn't, we don't know, right?
Prosecution somehow got to Henry Tenen in the course of that time frame. Prosecution acknowledged it doesn't have the DNA, and it doesn't have a witness seeing Mario at the scene, and it doesn't have direct proof that he handed the gun directly to Tenen, but said that's exactly what you would expect from a carefully outsourced murder.
A carefully outsourced murder. Usually you don't have a connection to the fucking hitman. Do you understand that?
words. The shooter was a stranger. The murder was personal. The words. The shooter was a stranger.
The shooter wasn't a stranger. In the Adelson case, the Adelsons, what? The Adelson case, the actual shooter was an actual stranger to who? But there was a link, right? Katie McBanaway. Catherine McBanaway. There was money, right?
The murder was personal.
So here, Mario Saldana, Henry Tennant is not a stranger at all. It's his fucking tenant that he's over at that house all the time. Great plan.
The thread, Mario is the thread who runs through this whole tapestry. That's what Stifler said. She went on to talk about the cell phone records, the financial records, how...
You don't think this at all could have been an extortion? That John and Juan Biggerstaff and potentially Jeremy Ordway borrowed Henry Tennant's truck and that they did this because they're like, well, we're still going through with our plan, even though you told us not to a long time ago. We're still going to do this and then we're going to just extort the money out of you because we were planning on all of this. You need way more than just two people to do what they were saying there that night. Sorry. And when you can't put Mario in the truck, you got a big problem. So who was there? Henry Tennant's truck isn't even fucking there at the crime scene when this fucking happens. There's going to be evidence of that coming out. Promise you. Promise you that. You need like at least 3 people. Like you need 3 people to pull this off. You need the person that's waiting supposedly, on foot, ambush style, right? You need what? Again, it's so dark. How do you know when you should be throwing that tire out there? You can't see what cars are cars when you're just standing. You cannot tell, especially when there's headlights coming on at you. It blinds you. It blinds you. Don't you think, I don't know, somebody would come out, maybe at the stop sign when somebody has to stop and you come out and pop out and put a gun out and, take over the vehicle and then pull it off to where that nasty area is where it's all dark. The timing of this is just a little crazy. Oh, court is back in session. Jury is asking questions. Sounds great. Let's go check it out. Is that even right? Can I get a shout out on that? Is the jury asking questions? You know how trolls roll in here. Not saying you're a troll, but
Mr. Tennant was paid 3 times from Mario, large checks that didn't match up other bank records. She painted the whole picture of what they say, of how they say Mario was involved. Here's another little clip.
The Getty Museum in New York City did this exhibit on textiles. What they did was they showed microscopic views. So what you see here is a fabric. And when you look at it under a microscope, ancient fabrics, you can see the minor defects, the imperfections in the threads, the weaving, the wear and tear over time. And then in the exhibit, when you pull back, you see how the threads are woven, how they connect, and what the tapestry shows.
okay. Well, I have there's the court's not back in. The jury has been deliberating for 2 hours, 11 minutes, and 31 seconds. Back at 10:30, there was a question, so we'll see if they break away. Unless Idaho News is just not going to show it, East Idaho. Maybe we'd have to watch from Jack's Beach. So we're good.
the law, how close you look at it, when you step back and see how it all relates together, the witnesses, the testimony, the motive, it is clear that it makes sense. No matter how much you look at these individually, you are going to keep coming back to this conclusion. You can test it, you can argue it, you can play devil's advocate, but there is no other conclusion that makes sense other than this defendant had Henry Tennant kill Jared Brightigan. It is unexplainable in any other way for all of these to add up together. And verdict that runs.
They through this whole thing, but the defense says the tapestry falls apart when you look closely at the individual threads. And boy, did the defense have a lot to say. Their closing was hours this afternoon. Jesse Dreiser is the
Wait, what? His close that there it was equal when it was all said and done with Mr. Mizrahi's rebuttal. I think Jesse spoke for 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Attorney, and let me tell you, his closing was essentially attacking the holes in the case. Where is the evidence proving that Mario actually participated in the murder? He began with what he called 3 facts. Jared Brightigan was murdered. Henry Tennant murdered him. Mario Fernandez had no motive to kill Jared. Listen.
Jared Brightigan was murdered.
Well, we don't do
Henry Tennant.
Evidence that his DNA was in Tennant's truck. No gun evidence definitely connecting Mario to the killing. No proof that Mario was the unidentified second person with killing. The defense repeatedly asked prosecutors, or the defense repeatedly said, the prosecution, they're just asking you to fill in the gaps because they haven't painted a whole picture. Look for one piece of evidence that he committed the crimes, the defense said. They're just asking you to fill in gaps because they can't do it. There's no evidence directly pointing him to the crimes. Here's a little bit more.
And before I asked him was committed.
Agreed to testify at both trials, but then he pulled out and he changed his plea.
We'll ask you to return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Now, originally, Henry Tennant had agreed to testify at both trials, but then he pulled out and he changed his plea. He pleaded guilty and was going to testify at both trials. I think he got some sort of deal, pulled that back and did not.
What the fuck are you talking about, man? If you're going to talk about my boy Henry Tennant, then you better talk about the truth. The truth is Henry Tennant gave false testimony. That's what he said. I gave false testimony. You want to know why? Because just like everybody else in the world, that when you have prosecutors coming at you like this and they're threatening you with a death penalty and all these things, and yeah, you're gonna cave and tell them what they want because we're gonna put you to death too. Let's see if he says that.
Testify, which is interesting. So there's a lot more to it. As I said, it was hours. And then the prosecution went back up and did their rebuttal, which again, I'm going to tell you, you can go watch that for the sake of time. I won't go through that. They really were saying that the circumstantial evidence puts
they were committing prosecutorial misconduct is what they were doing. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable that that's what he's going to say about Henry Tennant. That's bullshit. Absolute trash. That's just not true. False fucking media. Fake false shit. All right, let's go over here to Mr. Mizrahi. I'm just gonna cue it up like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, grace is defined in our culture as polite, fair, a forgiving attitude towards others. We live in an amazing country, and the beauty of our country is we get to have trials like this. Trials where we get to hear very competent, very well-trained defense attorneys get up here and argue to a jury of his peers that Kirsten Bridegan did not show the grace that the murderer of her husband showed her. That was an argument that you heard from that mouth. That somehow Kirsten Bridegan's desire to hold those accountable and not have the murderers of her husband, the murderers of the father of her children at her funeral for him, isn't grace. She wanted the kids there. But the fact that a man is angry 2 weeks after a widow has buried her husband because she's just being a bitch. The insight of the personality of that man is striking. The only grace is that Kirsten Bridegan wanted someone that loved Jared to be present when his children were notified about his murder, not his untimely death, his murder. And by the way, she went there with her dad, not by herself. She went with her father to stand next to her and be with her. The defense has the, and let me say this before I get, I'm going to say a lot of what the defense says, and Mr. Dreiser and Mr. Hill have done a wonderful job representing their clients within the bounds of the law, and I am not attacking them personally. Maybe a little bit different from what you heard from the other side, but I'm not attacking them personally. They're supposed to do what they're supposed to do. But when they say things like,
Okay. All too often, a criminal defendant is faced with an overzealous prosecutor devoted to winning at all costs. This win at all cost mindset can lead to prosecutorial misconduct during closing argument and continues to be a basis for reversing numerous convictions in Florida. See Smith versus State, see DeFreitas versus State, McClellan versus State, see Walker versus State, see Jackson versus State. This man, what he has done in here, I'm sorry, this rebuttal is wild.
nothing nefarious. What they're trying to get you to ignore is the starting point. The murder is the starting point. The grace that Kirsten Bridegan showed is the starting point. Nothing nefarious that implicates this defendant.
Okay, we got her coming back. Okay, hold on. We're going to pause.
Okay. Right to your defense.
Wait, hold on. We got the camera back in on the courtroom. Let's see what's happening. It is 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds.
What?
In Florida, the proper exercise of closing argument is to review the evidence and to explicate those inferences which may reasonably be drawn from the evidence. Conversely, it must not be used to inflame the minds and passions of the jurors so that their verdict reflects an emotional response
Thank you.
to the crime or the defendant, rather than the logical analysis of the evidence in light of the applicable law.
Thank you. All right, for the record, I have all defense attorneys, Mr. Fernandez,
We have a
all
question.
assistant state attorneys. I'll read it. It says, there was a document that stated benefits for Shanna if the legal entanglements with Jared were resolved, showed with the terms of the trust during the defense cross.
What? Can you repeat that?
Fairly certain that's in the defense binder. And if I have a minute, I think I may be able to look at the list.
Yeah, if you have a copy of it, we can direct them to the page.
It's contained in a bank of them. It's like, it's not like, my recollection is it's listed, it was like part of the bank record. It came back at a bank return.
The legal entanglements part, that's not my recollection.
No.
And it was part of the trust documents that you showed.
It's part of the trust documents, but it came back in one of your returns. It's part of the Navy Federal Credit Return. So,
You know what a defense exhibit that is?
but it is part of a Navy Federal Return. Here, hold on.
Defense exhibit 3.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Okay, we'll go off the record. Let Ms. Simpkins search that part of the transcript because they did ask for a transcript, but I'm not going to give them a transcript.
They asked for a
Okay,
transcript.
can you search defense exhibit 3? We'll go off the record, so everyone needs to be quiet.
Okay, we're gonna go back and listen to this question one more time.
Right to your defense. That stated, for the record, I have all defense attorneys, Mr. Fernandez, all assistant state attorneys. I'll read it. It says, there was a document that stated benefits for Shanna if the legal entanglements with Jared were resolved, showed with the terms of the trust during the defense cross.
I'm fairly certain that's in the defense binder. And if I have a minute, I think I may be able to look at the.
Do you guys understand that that's not even in the form of a question? Like, we can't find this. Do you know where this is? Like, I mean, what? That's a statement, right? No? I think that's really powerful for Mario right now. The benefits for Shanna. They didn't even say Gardner. They said Shanna. They used her first name. Shanna. Again, it is not alleged by the state that Shanna Gardner paid Mario to do this. Right? Or is it just, I mean, it's alleged by the state that Mario, I mean, well, so many things have been alleged by the state. They just keep switching their minds, let's be honest. But what does that have to do with Mario? What I believe that they're talking about, I believe that they're talking about the divorce. In the divorce, it says, right, this, I know what they're talking about when they put up on the screen, and it was part of the about the trust, like the family saying that Shanna Gardner cannot be her own trust until all legal entanglements with Jared are done. That's a legal way of basically saying until the kids are 18 years old, because you're always going to have some legal entanglement until they're 18. How you do not? That's what that more or less is saying to me. Like, until those children are 18 years old, you're not going to have no legal entanglements. Okay, and maybe getting the gardeners on the stand to say that would be really beneficial. You know, like I think that that's what that is, because if you want me to draw my common sense is if you were in the court system with kids, you know that that's never going to end until they're 18 years old. That's when that ends. So again, I am available as a consult. Let me know. But that you're going to be in a legal entanglement with Jared Bride again until those kids are 18 years old. Period. And that would be a fancy way of saying that. I mean, so to think that it was put in a contract with a trust, like worded like that, I mean, and that's how you want to say that, that's the fancy schmancy lawyering way. You know, there were no legal entanglements, AKA until those kids were 18. But how would legal entanglements, right? Like, what wouldn't it also mean is I don't want you to use the trust money to take on Jared legally? Like, that's not what the money is for. The money is not for you to take on Jared in legal matters. How about that? Like, this money is not for that. So you couldn't use this money to try to go and get more custody, right? Like, that's not what this money is for. No more legal entanglements. I don't want this money being blown on lawyers. How about that? I mean, that's another way I would look at it, especially like, you're not going to burn through all this money to take this man to court 24/7. And like, this isn't happening. So you can get to this money when, so another word for that would be, there would never not be legal entanglements with Jared until those kids were 18, over 18. Lana, that's not what I assumed when I heard it discussed in trial. It sounded like all criminal legal entanglements to me. No, this was done before there was ever any criminal case. Could also be that she can't access to all of it. She can't make any kind of claim on it. No legal entanglements if Jared was deceased. No. What? I don't know why anybody would get that. That's definitely not what it says. Question, Lana, is if Mario is over the trust, then why would he have JB killed? That's what the defense was saying. He's in charge of the trust. Killing Jared makes it so that Shanna Gardner doesn't need him. Like, that you're bye-bye, Mario. I can have my trust all to myself. Like, I can be in charge of my own trust now. Shanna was accused on hiding money from civil litigation, wrongful death. Well, that doesn't make any sense. All trust monies, like, that's the best way to fucking handle that is sorry, but Shelly and Sterling are gonna have to get up there and say what the fuck it meant, or get the lawyer for them to say what it meant. You know, like, there should be no ambiguity. Like, it's just, what is it? Why should a jury be trying to figure out what that means? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like this is a Kirsten Brightigan payday. I wouldn't be surprised if Jose Baez goes that route. He wouldn't want to lose control of the trust. Also, I'm telling you how I originally saw this all, right? If I was Shannon Gardner over here, it looks like that Mario did all this to forever be entangled with me. You get what I'm saying? Forever to be entangled with me. But how does a jury know what it means? They're just supposed to guess and assume. Again, the jury is confused, and I'll blame them 1,000%. Let's think about it this way. They're asking that question at the 2 hour and 32 minute mark. They're asking the question of, they're asking a question that 1,000% has nothing to do with Mario. That question is to see all about Shannon Gardner. And remember, that's what I said, that this entire defense was all geared around, is your number one reasonable doubt is where Shannon Gardner plays into all of this. Because if everything that Mario does is over here, there's paper trails of everything. Who goes and does a murder for hire on layaway and then writes checks? Oh, hey, but I'm going to put down that you were just working. Jesse said at the end, he said, Mario Saldana got mixed into something that he had no idea what was going on, like what happened. That he got mixed up into something that he was unaware of. Because basically insinuating, if you read through the lines there, that how could Mario Saldana get himself caught up in something that he had no knowledge about? Them talking, they want to see this document and they just can't find it in the back. Somebody's like, hey, let's go look at that document because the person set to gain here was Shannon Gardner, not Mario. So why would Mario do this for Shannon Gardner if he's getting divorced from her? Why would you ever do this? This bitch is leaving me and I'm going to go fucking hit up a I'm going to go pull a hit off. She wants, we're ending our relationship here. I'm going to go. And that's where Jesse is over here saying Mario stood no way to benefit here. There's no way he's benefiting. Again, is it common sense for you to say that Mario would go and do this? Hey, let me go do this. Maybe this will be my last chance at Shannon not leaving me when I go and I do this. Are you allowed to be thinking about that in the background? Are you allowed to be thinking about that back there? Hey, I think Mario did this because he was trying to salvage his marriage. Or I think Mario did this because Jared was a problem. That's why they had all these issues. So if I get rid of Jared, I don't have any more issues. What? Do you think they'll have a verdict by the end of the day or keep going? I am hoping right now for a holdout. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for a hung jury. That's why I went through all of these special people here, these jurors. Which one of these jurors is most likely to hang, to be a holdout? Is it going to be juror 4, 9, 23, 29, 37, 39, 40, 50, 51, 62, 63, 68. The white male, number 62, he believes it is our constitutional right not to testify, and strongly believes in that. The white female, 39, would love to know what her expressions were during the trial because of her answer. Her answer is saying she believes in giving time and consideration, even when it's an inconvenience. So she believes, no doubt in my mind, that girl is back there. That woman, number 39, is back there knowing that this is the most important decision she will ever make in her entire life. And that she will take as much time as she wants. And depending on how strong of a personality she is, okay, that she will not cave to people saying, what the fuck, why are we still here? Blah, 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 blah. Because that person gives consideration is really, really important. And it doesn't matter on how inconvenienced you are. Why would you want to have a hung jury? Because I would want another stab at this. That's why. Would you rather have a guilty verdict? I'm saying I'm rooting right now for a hung jury. Do you see the polls out there? None of the polls out there are anywhere near what our polls are in here. I did a poll here. I'll fucking do a poll again right now. Mario, innocent or guilty? Do you want to know what people are doing out there? They're saying he's 90% guilty. How? When you're talking about reasonable doubt. That if Shanna Gardner and her family and however the hell that was, you don't know. So that's your reasonable doubt, is we're going to find him guilty. But meanwhile, he has a reasonable explanation for everything that we've seen in this courtroom. And then they're offering immunity to all these people and no one's budging. Very weird. Is Mario guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? There you go. Yes is 1. So if you think that Mario is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, if you think the verdict should be yes, he's guilty, press 1. If you think no, he is not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, press 2. There you go. Let's see. The percentages out there are 90% say that he's guilty. The percentage that I did in here yesterday off of, 88 votes was 100% not guilty based on whatever it is that you guys want to say, whether, reasonable doubt, right? I mean, did you see no answer, reasonable doubt? So you want to press number 2. I mean, basically, because Mario had sex with somebody and her husband had a gun that was a 10 millimeter, but it was confiscated in 2016, allegedly, supposedly, or it was moved around and that they were able to keep this gun from the government, knowing that he had these guns from 2020 or from 2016 to 2022. He was able to, but he failed his piss test with cocaine. And when they ransacked his place, right, did they not go check after gets violated with cocaine? You can go check to make sure his guns aren't there or something. But all this time later, so because Mario had sex with somebody the night before the murders that at one time owned, but is not technically in his possession, a 10 millimeter. that, oh, Mario must have gotten that and gave it to Henry Tenen because Henry Tenen is the shooter. And that's why I think that, don't know why the defense was like, we're not going to argue that Henry Tenen is the shooter. I know we say that we would never done that. You don't stipulate to anything, just like you do not waive your right to a speedy trial. All of your rights, you do not stipulate. You do never give the state a fucking, yeah, go ahead, sure, that sounds great. No, fuck them. They have to prove everything. They have to bring in the evidence to prove everything. And I just think they're better off preserving your.
I've written in red.
Oh, here we go.
Defense Exhibit 3, tab C, page 25.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay. So I'm going to have Mr. Hathaway give that to the jury. The court will be in recess. Yeah, why don't y'all look at it before he sends it?
Wait, Defense Exhibit 3? Page 25.
Okay. Is that okay with the parties? All right, thank you. Court's in recess.
4 babies, baby. Court's in recess, 2 hours and 42 minutes. Good morning, beautiful ones. We'll be listening while getting ready and driving. I don't want to miss anything. TNT rocks. Thank you so much, YB So Nosy. 42 months, been a member. William Tardy, 36 months, been a member. 4 babies, baby. And Kay Schmidt bought 10 Truth and Transparency memberships. Fuck yeah, Kay Schmidt. Always supporting. Much love. Want to welcome new member there, Heidi. Come on in, Heidi. Strut around. Do your thing. Love it. So, okay, that's first question. The case is all speculation, but the media destroyed a chance at a fair trial. The media usually destroys everything. The defense established articulately that that was their lifestyle. Yeah. Do I think that it's important that Maria Biggerstaff was banging other people? And do I think that those other people should have been brought in and asked, did you get a gun in exchange for banging her? Yes, I think they should be asked that. Yes, I thought that's relevant. I want to know if anybody else procured a gun because they banged Maria Biggerstaff. I want to know that. I think it's relevant. And when you're going to everyone's clearly going to say no. Who's going to come in there and say yes? I would be deposing everybody that Maria Biggerstaff was having sex with. Not a single one of these people were given a gun after they banged her. Ridiculous, right? Sorry, Maria, but it's relevant. Your sex life is relevant here because of how you're. And if anything, let's be honest, John Biggerstaff would have he would want to sell all of those to make money because he needs money, right? Because he's so poor, whatever, right? You get no money if you're giving a gun away because somebody put their dick inside your wife. Sorry. Like, hey, Maria, hun, not today, Dal. Like, and for John, right? Why weren't you asking questions like what a big sex freak he was, like a sex maniac, right? Sex mania. That's what Jennifer Drake's sister kept saying. Sex mania. This guy's such a sex mania. Do you remember that in that interview? I was dead. Do you mean maniac? A sex maniac or mania? Oh, yeah, he's such a sex mania. Brian was just a sex mania. What? It's just, come on. I don't know. I think it's relevant if anybody received a gun after banging Maria Biggerstaff. I can see how other channels say guilty. Look at how it's been reported, total misrep. But that tells me that if they're actually watching the trial, though, if you're watching the trial, yes, they're saying things like, okay, hey, it's Henry. When you're saying Henry Tenen is the shooter. And the big rely here is, well, how do you guys know if we're able to explain all this stuff as legitimate, then maybe what Mr. Tenen had going on came from somewhere else, but Mario had no knowledge of that shit because why wasn't Mario, hey, leaving a tire at the house and he's there all the time for 6 months? Why is Mario, so the blame is here to blame the other person, right? And they're the ones that did it and I didn't have anything to do with it. And I just think that it's interesting. Because what if Shanna Gardner did know that Mario got a gun after banging Maria Biggerstaff back, like, let's say, I don't know, a year prior to that, or that he bought guns off of John in the past. And then so, hey, how do we know that Shanna Gardner wasn't setting up Mario? If you're back there, these are all things that you would be saying. Okay. Like, but would it not be? I don't know. Do you think it's reasonable to think that Shanna Gardner and her family could have set up Mario Saldana in a way? Sex mania. You love that, don't you? That's like, would you not be back there saying, you guys, they had all these the tappings of calls, and this is what they got? This is what we heard? That's insane. There is not a shred. Mario does not, he does not incriminate himself. If anything, why is he in an interview with the police on March 1st running his mouth about all of this? Why didn't he get a lawyer from day one? Because he's like, I fucking have, I didn't fucking have anything to do with this shit. And they're like, why is his phone not acting up right? Why did the defense call in their defense expert for the phones? I know that they have a defense expert because it's in the filings. I know that AB was listed as his alibi witness. I mean, why the defense, in my opinion, did these things is because would these things change the fact that their evidence is all conjecture and speculation? Would it help the jury? Would it have helped the jury to have AB take the stand? Would it have helped the jury to have their phone digital expert take the stand and then go through a slideshow? I personally think that it would have definitely helped to show that the truck and the SUV that they think are at the crime scene at 7:53 or 7:52 and 53 seconds. Good fucking luck, Chuck, with that. Their truck and their SUV are not at the crime scene because they're behind the truck, the white truck, by, Jared Bradigan's behind by 20 seconds. So how could the white truck trigger the camera 8 houses down from Jacksonville Drive? And yet the murder basically already has happened. And there's a tire out in the middle of the road already. Like, what? Then the SUV and the truck that basically the SUV that you're saying is the victim, it cannot be behind the white truck that's triggering the camera that catches the fourth shot. I mean, if people don't understand that, I pity the fool, because it's insane. Let's go like this. What's up?
Shit. Hi.
What's up? What do you think? What do you think's going on? What's your name here? 4
a.m. could have been dreaming.
Okay. What's up, bro? What do you think? What do you see in this case?
Okay. So what I saw yesterday during the States, like Mr. Mizrahi, was the most diabolical thing that I've ever seen in my life, and I truly feel like they were just dragging their feet so that they they couldn't deliberate yesterday.
Okay. Oh, because you wanted them to be able to go. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that. Them being able to go home like that.
Because the way that he was like acting, how could the jury not think that he was absolutely insane? Like, as we were saying, that he was drunk or high, something like that was crazy.
He
and
came
how
out swinging.
and how Stifler was like, I felt like he was tanking the case. Like, if I wish I was a fly on the wall and saw the jury's faces as he was going off like that.
Right.
But is this the question? I missed what you were saying before. Is this about if the jury is thinking that maybe Shanna Gardner set him up, Mario?
Yeah, well, my question is, well, first of all, if you were a juror, would you go back there and what would you say is to participate? What would you be saying?
I mean, it does like because the one thing I don't like that the defense did was that they said that that it was Henry Tenen that did it, and when you do look at the links, Mario is the only link. So, but the way that I think too is Shanna's Gardner's family is like super wealthy, and it's clearly like the state that's kind of trying to set up like Shanna Gardner, all of this. So it makes me think that maybe I want to know more of what her parents do that they piss someone up in high power, in my opinion.
Okay. So let me ask you this then. Do you think that would all you be going back there and wondering, let's say, do you think that then a conversation would be going on with the jury saying, why is the defense saying that Henry Tenen's the killer? Like, if he still hasn't had his day in court, like what's
Yeah.
going on here? Do you think that that's being said at all?
Yeah, but I think because also they're probably saying they're like the defense literally said it was him that did it. But then even like Detective John's like on the stand, like during one of the crosses, I think it was Jesse that was crossing him when he first took the stand, talking about how like phones don't follow people, like when he was trying to insinuate that Mario was in the truck with Henry during like the dry run. That
Yes.
and Detective Johns is like, well, we can't say that Henry was in it either. You know, if I was on the jury, I'd be like, wait, what?
Yeah, you'd be like, exactly. So like, who's in the truck and well, also, why is it a dry run? That I mean, and they're saying like, look at. So you're saying that you think that that looks damning for the fact of like.
Well, I would just be like confused because also like when they show pictures of like the truck, like I like how Shanna Gardner's team is trying to fight saying that they can't say that it's Henry Tenen. And honestly, it should have been that way in this court because Henry Tenen has not been found guilty. Henry Tenen is now going to try to fight. So for them to say like, "Oh yeah, that's his truck," like, you know, it should be the jury to decide on that in my
Yes.
opinion.
Yes. Yeah. So you think that was a big mistake?
Yeah, I do think that was a mistake. I mean, I get it for like the strategy because as a juror, like right now, I mean, obviously, like we know more about the case because of you and everything. The
Oh, thanks.
only thing that would have me questioning back there is like the defense said it was Henry. He really is the only link, but I do like how yesterday Jesse said that there's so many people like they don't know who was driving the truck and they haven't talked about Shanna much or like all these other people. Like a huge thing that I'd be questioning is like why didn't they arrest the bigger staff?
Yeah. Why aren't they asking, why are they offering immunity to Mario?
Exactly. And it's just watching that recross by Mr. Mizrahi just really like flabbergasted me and I was so disgusted. I was like, damn, the state is trying so hard.
Yeah, that's why I wanted them to move for a mistrial because I wanted them to have a bite at the apple because I think that they did make a mistake by, stipulating to the fact of, oh yeah, you're not going to hear us argue the fact that Henry is the shooter.
Yeah.
But I think this really puts a test to the whole word of reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Because it is not, in my opinion, unreasonable to think that, well, wait, what? He's got all these answers to things. He has a paper trail for everything that he's able to show with this man.
Yes.
Why would he pay for a hit after the fact, right? In checks with work when he would have just given him cash, right? And so it's like, is that what's come in for me?
Yeah. Yeah, and Jesse also like I think he did a great job in his closing going witness by witness and literally called the state out for lying, showed they lied and then after his when the state recrossed or redid their ending, it was Mr. Mizrahi acting like a damn fool up there. Like he was like
Mr.
his
Mizrahi!
body movement, like the slamming on the thing and trying to say like, oh, he's guilty for using his Fifth Amendment right. I'm like, this man is losing his damn marbles.
Yeah,
Like
that's prosecutorial misconduct right there.
literally the only reason I could see them doing that or letting him go on and on and on was because they're trying to take up so much time so the jury would have to deliberate, like have to go home and then deliberate today.
Would you, so if people are back there deliberating, my final question for you would be, would it be enough to say, you guys, how can we convict him if I have a reasonable doubt that we don't have all the information, right? And for whatever reason, I don't know why we don't have all the information, but with what we're showing in front of us, that it's reasonable to say that if Shanna Gardner was the one that did this with her parents, okay, and they were trying to like set up Mario Saldana, do you guys think that's reasonable? And I would say yes, that's reasonable because we don't have all the facts. And the facts that we do have, then Mario has to be the dumbest motherfucking person out here. But yet, yeah, like, because why are you literally like, how did they find that tire that was just laying up against, if they truly think about that. So Mario goes over there all the time and he just is letting a tire that matches the tire that's in the murder scene, just the matching tire to it, just chill there for 6 months.
Yeah, that's just I think the defense did a good job of tearing apart everything that they had. The only thing is like where I just like get a little questionable, and I really hope all these people are smart enough to see past it, is like playing on the emotion, because it is like a horrible crime that did happen.
Yeah.
So like playing on the emotion, just be like, okay, well, obviously he was killed. He's the link. There's all this other stuff. Like, because the state is really asking them to like fill in gaps. I really do hope that they're going by the law and that the state had to have proved it, which I definitely don't think they did. But that's the only worry that I have, is just like the emotional aspect. And I don't know how much the jurors know about the media coverage of this, or if this is really big in Jacksonville.
They were allowed to say that obviously had some media, that they saw that they allowed stuff like that, but it was about the fact that could you set aside,
because the one juror, she did say like during jury selection, I don't know if she was picked, I hope not, but she was saying that she didn't want to be a part of this case because she knew about what case it was,
Yeah,
and she's like, I don't want involvement. She
Yeah.
got picked?
No, she did not.
Okay, that's good. But so I mean, I think it would just be like the guilt factor, and the only thing that they'd probably be going back and forth is like, yeah, he is the only link. I do think the defense, maybe it would have been better if they tried to prove or show that like Henry Tenen wasn't the shooter. But I mean, I get for their strategy.
You think
like
anybody back there is saying to themselves, you guys, how do we even know that Henry Tenen is the shooter? Just because they say he's the shooter and they say he's the shooter, maybe they're saying it because they don't want us to think that Mario is also the shooter or could be the shooter.
Oh no, for sure. Especially when they were showing like the video footage of the trucks. I was like thinking to myself, I'm like, what's that white truck? Because literally in like several different of the clips, the white truck was there. I'd be like, what's that? And then when they show different pictures of it, they're like, clearly you could see this. I'm like, clear? Where?
Right.
And it was so funny yesterday. Okay, first of all, I don't know who is working for the state, but we know they're making money. What kind of PowerPoints was that? Mr. Mizrahi's notes. He couldn't even take the time to actually quote Mario in his interview. It was just what he was saying or his interpretation of it. And then showing up the picture of after the police station, they're like, you could tell that's not a 6-foot black man driving that truck.
Yeah.
Trying to say that it was Mario driving the truck. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, it was.
It's scary. Honestly, it's terrifying to see as Turvey would say it, the pretzels that the state turns themselves into.
I would ask myself right now is how the hell did they obtain probable cause in this case? You know what I mean? Like, because if probable cause is so easy to get, right, then but yet you have no probable cause to arrest John Biggerstaff or Juan Biggerstaff, right?
Yeah.
But if you really think about it, the only way that you got probable cause to do anything with Henry is because that stupid fucking tire that just miraculously, by the stroke of luck, as Stifler said, just shows up. And then she tries to, walk that back by saying, I misspoke. Like, that was good police boots on the ground.
Yeah, it's literally like just the stroke of luck.
Yeah.
I mean,
Go over to Biggerstaff's and go stroke it with Maria. Okay.
oh my God. Like I said, someone had to piss someone off. I mean, you know more about this case than anything, but like obviously, like Shanna's parents are super wealthy, but they're not in Florida. I mean, who really is? Like, are there? Did they even look into other ties that Jared could have been connected to in the investigation of like someone else that maybe could have done this, or was it just like a? Did they straight up focus just on Mario and?
What was that last part?
Did the state just focus on Mario and Shanna, or did
Yeah,
they
they
actually
did.
like look into? Because they were saying that Jared had issues with the church, that he had issues with like other people, like because you know when someone is killed, they're like, oh no, he was loved by everybody, he didn't have any problems, but that doesn't seem like the case it was for Jared.
Yeah, no. In fact, yeah.
May he rest in peace. Like, obviously, it's awful, but it's just like, as an investigator, it's like, why? I mean, I get you want to look at who's close to the family, but you didn't even take his wife's phone. Like, what if they were having issues? Because from what it seems like he was kind of like maybe not the best like partner. I don't know. Like, so how him and
Do you
Shanna
think
were like
anybody's back there
fighting.
saying that Mario was taken advantage of? Like, what? Do you think anybody's back there wondering why the hell was Mario in charge of a trust fund?
I think, well, and
when
like
they just got married and they didn't know each other but a couple months. Do you think anybody's back there wondering that?
Well, he has to be full of like, he has to be a good dude, like with integrity, because it's just like, you would think someone with family with so much money, they're not gonna just have someone be in charge of their trust. So Mario has to be like a person of decent character. And also he wasn't just taking their money, as they were showing like the accounts, like the switching through it was his money that he was moving to himself. Like, he wasn't taking money from the trust.
Yeah.
And he was like helping out with the kids. Like, so I don't know. I mean, I think that Shanna was probably leaving him because he was a freak.
Right? Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. Like, Shanna's like, dude, you're fucking the whole damn town. Like, don't bring that shit in my bedroom, right?
Yeah, maybe after they did it one time, she got a little itchy and she's like, what the fuck did you do? You know? I don't know. It just seems there's something off with it. And I wish there were like more avenues. I mean, because like when we think of Idaho, we know at first they were looking into Jack, like barely, but at least that was
Yeah.
someone they were looking at. Like, for
Like the
this
crap
case.
they were into, yeah.
Yeah, for this case, I feel like, did they even look at anybody else, or did they just have tunnel vision like from day one? Because when his wife went in, she said the only two people I could think of is Mario and Shanna, which is, to me, that part was a little weird that she said that day one, but then went to their house because she wanted to be there when telling the kids. It's like, I mean, maybe she was just trying to like gauge like how they were. I don't know. That was weird to me. That just doesn't seem normal in my opinion. This whole case is just so off.
If you were back there in the jury room, last question is, what would you say about Mario's interview with the police?
I think that shows he's kind of an idiot.
Right? Like, dude, what type of a man that commits murder, right, goes in there and would be
Like, I
saying
did
all
not
this?
like him. The wife's a bitch. Like,
so that would make me think, though, like, dude,
He's
this
honest.
guy is just calling strikes and balls out here, right? He thinks he's like, there's not it seems like there isn't a care in the world, right? Like, that he's just like, la da da da, right?
Yeah, I think he was being 100% honest. And as like Jesse was even saying, everything he said in that interview like was fact checked. So, and I honestly, like, I have a lot of respect for him for saying like what he said, because when he told the police, he was like, the wife said that Jared actually like loved and cared, and I was like, how the fuck did he love and care about us with what he was, like that's real, like that's honest. Like two things
Yeah.
can be true. Someone passing could be incredibly sad and unfair, but they could still be an asshole. Like two things can be true, or you not like them just because someone
Also,
died doesn't mean you're best
murder,
friends.
you can still be a jerk.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so like it's just, and somebody speaking out. Okay. Well,
And he said that. I mean, Jesse even said that's not like, I think it'd have been more suspicious if he went in there and was like, oh, I can't believe this happened. I feel so bad for him, like things weren't bad, like we actually were. Yeah, like that would look worse if that's how he was. He was honest. But
yeah, and Mary says it all shows that he was just relaxed and sounded honest, and all the you guys have, for me this would just be the end of it, is that you guys, I can think this all day long. I could think that, yep, but you know what? They have no, like, I would be expecting to have DNA in that blue truck, okay?
Yes.
Like, no, exactly. It wasn't cleaned out. It wasn't this, but it is reasonable for me to say that Shanna Gardner could have done it with her parents, use this man. And so because we do not know that aspect, I'm sorry, but if I'm the holdout, I guess I'm the holdout, but something is off. Something is off, and I have a reasonable doubt, because I think it's reasonable to say that we don't know the relationship between Shanna Gardner and Henry Tenen.
not at all. And also, like, if Mario is so smart to like leave his phone like all these places and everything, and they did the dry run, also I'd be thinking like, so why was the truck driving around for hours like prior?
Why would you do a dry run in the truck that you're going to commit murder when you have a white Victoria Crown that you're not going to use for the murder? Why wouldn't you drive the white Victoria Crown?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a legitimate question, is why would you ever do a quote unquote dry run for murder in a vehicle that you're going to end up committing it in?
Yeah, and if he's smart enough to leave his phone around, like, what you think he'd be telling the hitman to leave his phone when he's doing all, like, it's just,
yeah.
It
And
makes
hey,
no
by the way, the night of the
sense.
murders, let's just all bring our Henry Tenen. Make sure that all of your cell phones that you have, because you have 4, make sure you load all those motherfuckers up in that truck. Henry Tenen, when he did his interview, the first part of it, which I don't understand, I'm surprised wasn't used. Maybe they had to be careful, I think, of what they could open. Like if they're opening the door to something, then it can come out. So there was stuff that we're not privy to. But for Henry Tenen to be, him to say, yeah, like my truck was borrowed that night, but I was in Jacksonville, but I can't, there's nothing I can give you to get that son of a bitch Saldana. And it's like, then that's what escalated to the point of, okay, he can't help you in getting him. Somebody borrowed my truck that night, and then I was at Taco Lou's. This is what Henry Tenen was saying. And it's like, how could Henry Tenen get that right? Taco Lou's, like he just knew a place to say, like they didn't know they had his.
Yeah, because they kept saying like how uneducated he is and that he's homeless. Like they were just going in. I'm like, golly, I feel so bad for this man.
And I'm over here saying to myself, well, so Henry Tenen drives his truck to Taco Lou's. Somebody meets him there, but he doesn't know who it is to take the truck from that point. And Henry Tenen's just like, man, where the fuck is my truck? I'm just gonna start walking around to go try to find it. And that's what. So when you see this man walking, okay, and they're like, you don't have any. Like, where's the blue truck after 8 p.m.? And that for me is a big one. Like, where's Henry getting into this truck at 8 p.m. if like Mario just used it? If he left it, like where did he go back and put it? And that's where Detective Johns is like, I don't know. It could be off the side of the road over off by where their house is. And it's like, well, then why they ever use Pablo Hamlet? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, a big thing to me, and like the thing is, like the state, they didn't even mention that it could have been someone else driving the truck until Jesse brought it up in cross. Because in the very beginning, they kept saying, like, yep, it was Henry. So they show the person running off. So he drove there. Where's the truck? And then he ran off and then went back to Pablo. Like, I'd be asking so many questions, just like, did he leave the truck parked at Pablo and then walk to the shooting area? But then if that's where he walked to it, why was he driving around? Like, also, we didn't see a man walking with a tire. Because if he left his truck parked, that means he'd have to be walking with the tire.
That's what I wanted people to start focusing on. I'm like, when did that tire get in the middle of the road?
Yeah. And honestly, do you really think that it's like Henry's truck on some of those videos, or do you think that it's a different one and they just took a tire from Henry? Because I'm not even certain that it's even his truck.
Thank you. It looks like Detective Burrell's truck to me.
Yeah, because like, what's to say like his truck was even there? Like they really could have just took the tire. But also, the tire thing is so confusing to me about like the DNA, and then you got a match because you found the other tire. Like
No,
it's the most bizarre thing in the world.
That's why I'm saying over here, why are we stipulating the fact that Henry Tennant is the shooter? I know Henry Tennant is not the shooter. Okay, Henry Tennant did not fucking shoot nobody. Let me ask you a question.
At that.
Let's say that all of this is true. Why the hell would Mario ever have Henry Tennant, who isn't a shooter? He is not a. There is more stock in me believing that Juan Biggerstaff shot and killed Jared Brydian than I will ever believe that Henry Tennant did. And you want to know why? Because Henry Tennant is not a killer. He's not a shooter. He doesn't go out to shoot. The dude is not a shooter. That's not what he does. He does not shoot guns. He is an alcoholic, as the state says. He makes pennies. Okay. And you think he's gonna, oh yeah, you know what? I need money so bad. He had no problem with his poor life. He's fine.
Yeah, and Jesse said
trying to get rich. Who's always out here trying to get rich quick? The Biggerstaff or Henry Tennant?
Yeah, and Jesse literally said, wouldn't he, if Henry did this, knew Mario like hired him, he would essentially own him. Why would he let him kick him out the house? You know?
Yes.
Like you think he would still be living there?
It was not that Henry Tennant. This looks way more like a potential extortion than you could possibly imagine. Is if they were ever truly planning something like this, right? Yeah. And then Mario's like, no, dude, we're getting divorced. Fuck that bitch. And then it's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, my son's coming home for this wedding and like, we have this all planned. Like, fuck you, dude. We're still doing this. Like, just think about that. Like, and he's like, what? No, I'm not. Like, and Mario doesn't take it seriously. And the next thing you know, Jared Brydigan's dead the next day. Like, not even that it happened. They could have had that conversation, a week before. But I'm just saying, Mario hears about this and he's like, "Are you gotta be fucking kidding me?" Like,
yeah, because also like
they do.
Do we know that like if Mario and Shanna's divorce was even like gonna be messy, or was it like an amicable split? Because we gotta think that he was in charge of
there was a post-nuptial.
Yeah, and it seems like they trusted him. Like it could have potentially not even been like a messy split. So if it wasn't a messy split, like why would he even want to kill Jared? I don't know. It's just like it
all
really
right. We're gonna give Henry Tennant's interview a little listen here. Thank you so much for hitting us up. First one with some balls to come out here, girl.
Yeah, I didn't even realize, but I was like, okay, hi. Well, honestly, Lana, thank you for everything you do. You are the GOAT. And if you're ever in Dallas, I got you a beverage.
You're in Dallas?
Yeah, I'm in Dallas.
All right. You like the Cowboys?
No, I'm a Packer fan. I'm from Wisconsin.
You're from Wisconsin? Oh,
yeah. I'm a flight attendant, so I'm all over the place.
Oh, shit, girl. You ever come to Columbus? Look out.
All right.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Day. Bye.
Oh, see our people's here, man. Can't fuck with us. We're too good like that. That's awesome. Dallas is in the house. Wisconsin's in the house. Flight attendants. Flight attendants, we are taking this bitch all the way to the top. Christine says, Lana, in my opinion, I think it was random. Jared just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the prosecution is just trying to connect whatever they can to the crime. Anyways, love your channel, lady. You know, I would love to know more about the tire at Potomac. The tire at Potomac is everything for me. Let's give a listen here. Oh wait, just one more thing for Mr. Mizrahi. Hey, the longer that this goes on, it's better for Mario. Like, again, this is beyond a reasonable doubt. What's reasonable? 3 hours and 17 minutes.
This defendant took this man and turned him in to a medical examiner number on a slab. That's the reality of this case. We don't do it to inflame you, but we do it to inform you. This is what happened. And this is the nefarious thing that occurred. The nefarious thing is not threats within a divorce pleading. The nefarious thing is he ended up with 2 bullets and bled out, not knowing whether the daughter, his daughter, was okay or not.
Anybody ask himself why there was 4 shots? How do you miss somebody? How did 4 shots? How did 2 out of the 4 shots miss? I'm curious about that, and I think that Jose Baez is going to do a crime scene reenactment, and I hope to God he does.
That's the nefarious thing. So the analysis has to be what evidence is there that this defendant, is a principal to that act. Your decision is not whether there exists a text message saying, please kill this person for me. Your decision is not whether or not the pickup truck was in a gravel lot near the crime scene. These are not your issues. And we spent hours and
How wasn't it an issue? Like, these aren't your issues. These aren't your issues where that blue truck was. Well, you showed me a clip of the final 4th shot, and there's no vehicle around. No vehicle around. I'd be back there saying, guys, I'm really not understanding this. So the plan was to shoot Jared and have Henry Tennant walk all through the fucking city with the 10mm, hang around the crime scene, come up the street next to it, and then here these vehicles, like where Henry was and where the truck was, I mean, they just keep missing each other. But then the truck never picks up Henry. And then instead, Henry's over here just turning on his phones and calling his other phone. And because they want to say that Mario was the one in the truck with it. What? Why would Mario ever answer the phone call? It makes more sense that Henry wants to know where his vehicle is that he loaned out. Where the fuck is my truck? Like, I need to go. And Henry told them in his initial interview that where did he say that they put the truck, or this person put the truck? Because they didn't bring it back to Taco Lou's. So then they purposely put that man walking so that he would get caught on surveillance cams. Why the fuck would Mario be the one to ever do that? That's something that John Biggerstaff or Juan Biggerstaff would have done. This was always to frame Henry. Or to frame the person that was walking, and they would never know that was what, Henry?
Hours in closing argument listening to those kind of arguments. That's not the question. The question is whether or not this defendant is a principal to the first-degree murder of his wife's ex-husband. We heard lots about the shoe drop. The shoe drop. You know what the shoe drop was in this case? The shoe drop was after weeks and weeks and months of investigation where Kirsten Bridegan is posting justice for Jared, trying to find out who is responsible when she knows in her heart who it is. But we need evidence. We have to be able to prove it.
Exactly. Exactly. She knew who it was. And you guys are already on the fact, day one, that it's these people. Exactly. You went hunting for that truck. And planted the tire.
The police saying, listen, we can't just arrest people because you think they did it. You can't arrest people because you have a bad divorce or bad child custody and you'll always fight. That's not evidence. Motive's not evidence. We have to have evidence. The shoe drop began with the happenstance finding of the tire propped up against the Potomac Avenue address and discovered
Right there. And if that is, that just should have helped and sealed the deal for Shanna Gardner's defense team. You need to show how the fucking, get it in the jury's mind that that was fucking planted by the police and or the people that were offered immunity. Because that's it. That's the motherfucking, that's the key component to this case. There is no way in hell that's what you need to put in the mind of the jury. And that's what Henry needs to do. Henry was framed. Sorry, but Henry's not the shooter. They borrowed Henry's truck. I believe that. And Henry got fucking fucked.
discovering that, holy cow, the DNA on the murder weapon, the tire in the middle of the road that caused Jerry Bryden to get out of his car.
Look at him calling that. He's calling that the murder weapon in a closing. He's calling the tire the murder weapon in a closing. I cannot get over the prosecutorial misconduct in this case. I can't get over it, man. That is absurd. The tire is not the murder weapon. Jared Bridegan was not killed by a tire. He was not beat to death by a tire.
Weapon, the tire in the middle of the road. Now, the DNA on the murder weapon, the tire in the middle of the road that caused Jerry Bryden to get out of his car, that was essentially the impetus to his murder, whether it be a firearm or a stabbing, whatever it ended up being, that helped cause the murder. The DNA on that tire is Henry Tennant.
The DNA on what tire? The one in the middle of the road. What about, you were trying to compare the tire that's leaning up against the house.
And that Henry Tennant, his ex-tenant, who's so poor he can't afford the rent and had to be kicked out, and he was tired of having him live there without paying rent, killed the victim.
But he still continued to live there. He wasn't kicked out. And the question should be is, how did that occur? Why aren't we hearing about Jeremy Ordway? Yeah, that little CI snitch bitch. How about him?
And he gave him $10,000 in the weeks after it.
Exactly. Why would you ever do that? Why would you ever link yourself to that? He paid somebody to do work afterwards, and that constitutes as that's a hit payment. Dude. I get what you're doing here, Mr. Mizrahi. Yeah, I understand it, but it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Sorry. You should have eliminated a couple people, and instead you gave him fucking immunity.
That's the ultimate shoe drop. There is zero other explanation for
The shoe drop is the checks for landscaping. A paper trail back, that's the shoe drop. No, the shoe drop was like you said, it's the tire.
in this case. He keeps saying they can't prove what happened.
How did you get Henry Tennant's DNA to test to see if it matched the DNA in the tire in the middle of the road? How about that? How about that? How did you obtain Henry Tennant's DNA? Fake probable cause with a tire that was leaning up on the side. That's how you did it. Why would he was arrested for a traffic violation? How did you get his DNA?
That's what happened. There is zero link between Henry Tennant and the victim. This defendant is the only link, the only hub. The shoe drop is his tenant that he had tremendous contact with over and over and over again. That he paid $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 and lots of other cash payments that we don't really know about. That person killed Jared Reidiger.
Okay, now Henry Tennant. Let's go look at Henry Tennant. Henry Tennant does an interview. We put out his interview back, I don't know, years ago, whenever the fuck the body cam came out. So let's pull it back up. Henry Tennant. I don't believe you are the killer, Henry. I believe the bigger staffs are, if there's anybody in this little groupity group, it would be one bigger staff.
On August 18, 2022, Henry Tennant was taken into custody after a traffic stop unrelated to Jared Reidiger's murder. Detectives were also looking into Henry's connection to a blue relevant to the Bride murder. People connected immediately officially released. What followed?
I know. Trust me, we got woke up in the middle of the night. So
for work, don't look like I'm gonna make it there today.
Well. So, like I said, we're with the HOTS unit for the sheriff's office. Basically, it's a traffic offender for people that have had some driving issues. That have gone because you were formerly a habitual driver.
Yeah, I got my license back.
Yeah, so that's what we are. That's what HOT. You asked what HOT stood for: Habitual Offender Traffic Task Force. So we work with habitual drivers. Okay. So that's why we got called in to talk to you. And truthfully, we probably should have talked to you the other day when you were involved in hit and run. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I know. I read the report. It was nothing. It was a little minor deal. But they should have probably contacted us then. But you didn't even get a ticket for that, did you?
Yes,
I mean, but not for your license. So.
No.
Okay. But I want to talk to you about all that. Let's go over this form real quick. Just because you're here in this room, I know they brought you down. So I know your first name's Henry. How do you, Henry? Did you?
You got me confused already.
Well, you've been arrested for a driver's license charge.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and so I have to read these to you.
Okay.
It's our departmental policy. Answering questions at any time and consult.
Look at this.
Do you understand the rights I just read to you?
Watch this.
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you just sign there, just indicating you understand your rights, it's not any sort of admission. And I'll tell you what's going on with this hot stuff. Did you?
You got me confused already.
Well, you've been arrested for a driver's license charge. See a stray? You adopt them?
No. I got him. My daughter was living at my dad's place in Georgia, and she was leaving to go to somewhere in Indiana.
Okay.
I think it was New Albany.
Right.
And she called me up one Thursday and told me that she was leaving a dog in the yard tied up, and it might start a death. I said, why you gonna do that? Why you didn't give me a heads up on it, right? She said, well, you get it? I said, yeah. So I got me and my partner, Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
We got together that Friday night, went up and picked the little thing up out of the yard.
Up in Georgia?
Yeah.
It was just a stray wandering around in Georgia, still hanging out in the same spot?
He was actually on a leash in the yard.
Really?
Yeah, with water, but the food bowl was empty.
Okay.
So she wasn't lying. She just tied it to the tree.
Yeah, she was telling the truth.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I got him, brought him back, and been with me ever since.
Been a good dog, too,
I take him everywhere I go.
Yeah. They said it had a good, I talked to the guys when they were out there.
So he says that his buddy Jerry, that's Jeremy Ordway.
Telling me they got a dog with them. I said they should send him to animal control. I said no. Can he? No. I said, what kind is it? A friendly dog? They said, because you knew the police were coming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just stopped and just chilled out from right there. I thought I got my senses back together. Just waited. I said, oh, I'm going to jail.
Because you knew
they're gonna put you in impound.
Because you knew about your license. You shouldn't be driving, I guess.
They had me for my idea. I gave my idea.
I know, but you figured you're going to jail because you knew your license wasn't. You shouldn't be driving. I mean, bottom line.
Well, on that, yes and no.
Okay. Explain that.
Because I have made some steps in the process of getting my license, like taking the DUI class, which I just found out it's still on record as not being completed, which it is. Did a defensive driving course.
Okay.
All right. On the other two factors is paying the $210 reinstatement fee to Georgia.
Okay.
And getting a SR 22A, whatever that is.
Okay. So how much do you think it's going to cost you to get your license back?
Okay, right there. So let me get this straight. Mario Saldana said, let me team up also with somebody that doesn't have a working license.
Let's see, $210, $211 to Georgia reinstatement fee. And I think I got a court calls here from
They just borrowed that fucking truck.
2017. That's probably got me on the suspension on that side there too. So that's 600 right there.
Mm-hmm.
SR 22A, I have no idea what that'll cost yet. Because everybody I call trying to get a quote on it.
Right.
Telling me about, I need some case number or something.
Right.
That I can't find in my paperwork. I said, you got my name and everything else.
Right.
So y'all got the computer on your side.
Right.
I didn't want to quote on what money I got to come up with to get this SR 22A for 6 months paid in full.
I got you.
You know, and you want the case number. I said, contact Georgia like I did to find out that I needed this.
Yeah.
You know,
you're a little more motivated than they are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so stuff like that.
So with the license, well, you said yes and no. So you shouldn't have been driving that day. Did you figure they would have wrote you a ticket for it that day?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or take me in jail.
Right. Right. And so they didn't give you one. So,
they gave me a citation to make arrangement with.
Gotta make a court date, like 10 days.
Yeah, that's
courthouse.
30 days.
So part of what we do, there's lots of things, there's some programs. Have you ever heard of the Florida Amnesty Program? Homicides, and they figure, people would be dying out on the street if people that weren't supposed to have guns didn't have guns. Mm-hmm. Well, they're also, now their philosophy is people wouldn't be dying in these traffic crashes if people that aren't supposed to be driving aren't driving. see how it kind of ties together? So, but there's different levels of that. You know what I mean? There's different. Is it just somebody that's had 7 DUIs and just a menace to society driving, or someone who just doesn't have the money to get their license reinstated and they continue to get, because it's an endless cycle. You get a bad license, you miss court, you fail to back through your driving history and look to see if you should be reinstated as habitual. But there's a lot of factors that we weigh into 2 in the morning through a school zone, and so that's good. I appreciate that. So you started driving back in March, drove it around, and like I said, I know. Okay.
Once they drove the clinic, then I go to work.
Wow. Have you ever had to go to the methadone clinic yourself?
No.
Okay. What's your motivation to get these people to methadone? I mean, I appreciate it. I think it's a great thing you're doing. I'm just wondering what brought that out on you.
When it first started, I guess you could call it love and concern of the one that you love.
Okay.
And making sure that they get what they needed.
Okay. Are you in a relationship with one of the individuals, the female? Yes. I'm guessing.
I'm guessing. Play that for the jury. Female, I'm guessing.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's good. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but okay. So that's good. I appreciate that. So
Why? You should want to know if he was banging John Biggerstaff.
So you started driving back in March, drove it around, and like I said, I know the answer to this. I knew you were driving the car, and about when you start, because we should have talked to you the other day and didn't. We've had 3 days to do our homework on you, 4 days now, I guess, since you kind of got.
That was. I drove it all the way to Georgia.
Okay.
Which is my K9 friend. With him.
Okay.
And I was backing out on that side.
I got you. So, how many times what's the furthest you drove the car? And I know the answer to this.
I drove it all the way to Georgia.
Okay.
A little place called Drayton.
Okay.
See my oldest brother out there.
When was that?
That was April.
Okay.
Yeah, April.
Okay. And where in Georgia again?
Drayton.
Drayton, Georgia. Where's that at?
Drayton, Georgia.
What's the closest big town that I might know? Oh yeah.
All right, so that'll put it. Have you ever been to Cordell?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, so that'll put it 39 miles northwest of Cordell.
Okay. All right. So what's that? A couple hour drive? About 3 hours.
3.5.
Okay. All right. Ever get stopped in that car by the police?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Right. So there's things that we have around town called LPRs. You probably never heard of that.
Mm-hmm.
And we have another thing called RTC. LPR is a license plate reader. RTC is real-time cameras. So some of them are hidden in plain sight, and others not so much. You know what I mean? So whenever you drive by these things, they capture 2 things. They capture the license plate of the car, and facial recognition software gets the driver, not the passenger, only the driver. So I know you've been driving the car, so I appreciate you being honest. And I know you've been out of town in the car, so I appreciate you being honest. So there's times where these other cameras can also, when they capture this, they tell us how fast you're going, whether you're speeding, whether you've ran, if you're going, some of them are at lights, if you run a red light, or some are at stop signs if you don't come to a complete stop. I know it sounds petty, but that's where we're at these
You just lied to him about the facial recognition shit.
days. Big Brother is always watching. So because of this program, we're able to go back to any time we have you on thing and analyze your driving to see if you need to be reinstated as habitual. So you had the Crown Vic since March. What were you driving prior to that? And I know the answer to this too.
A bicycle.
No, you're in a different vehicle. You're on these real-time cameras, and I have pictures of all this too, and I'll show you. So you drove a different car before that, and you've been out of town in that car too. It's not a trick question.
The car.
Yeah. I mean, you've been doing really well up until this point. Is there, now I'm starting to get concerned why you wouldn't want to talk about this other car you drove. I'm not sure. You've been doing so well. I don't have any red flags against, you and these programs that we speak of. But now I'm nervous. Did you drive this other vehicle like a madman or something? Are you worried that you were speeding all over the place in it?
No.
Okay, because I don't necessarily have that.
The only piece of, that aggravating ass truck I had.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. You had the blue truck, right? Is that the truck you speak of?
Yeah, it was a blue truck.
Okay. So how long did you drive that truck?
Shoot, what? Probably about 8 months maybe.
Okay. We'll get to the truck.
Having trouble with that regular.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna go. I don't want to go too far back with your driving. I can go back. I'm allowed to go back 5 or 6 years if I want to, but I don't think I want to do that. I don't need to do that. But what before that? Before the truck? What was the car before the truck?
No car before.
Okay. Nothing. Didn't drive at all for a while.
I can't remember a car. You kept saying car, man.
Okay. Well, vehicle. All right. Vehicle.
Okay.
Vehicle. So prior to the truck, so you had the Impala since March. You had the truck for about 8 months prior to March.
No, the Crown Vic. No Impala.
I'm sorry. I meant the Crown Vic. I'm sorry. I'm thinking Crown Vics are police cars. That, and now we drive Impalas. So that's how this is me. I told you, you had more coffee than I have. I need coffee. So you had the Crown Vic, March. Truck, 8 months prior to that, and you're saying you didn't drive any other vehicles prior to the truck?
No.
Okay.
Not much. You were 1 or 2 bicycles I had.
Would you borrow a car from time to time, perhaps?
No.
Okay. So you weren't doing much driving. So the last 14 months, I figure about 5 months was with the Crown Vic, about 8 months with the other. So about 13, 14 months, you were driving those 2 cars, but you didn't drive much prior to that? Okay. Why not? How come you?
Wasn't nothing available.
Okay, you just didn't have anything you could
I just
drive.
didn't have the desire. And plus, at that, couple with 2 small kids with me. So shit like that.
Okay. So whose truck is it? Whose truck was it?
It was my father's truck.
Was your father's truck? Yeah. Is your father still alive?
No.
Okay.
He dead.
Was he alive when you got the truck?
No, he was dead.
He was already dead. Where's your father? Where's your father from?
Georgia.
What part of Georgia?
He lived in Vienna, Georgia.
Vienna, where you went to high school.
That's where I went to high school.
That's right. See, I remember that.
His brain's kicking.
Yeah. Vienna, Georgia, and he passed away and left you the truck, or just the truck was there for you to use?
He passed away, left me in the truck.
When did he pass away?
He passed away in 2019.
Okay.
Was it COVID or?
Huh?
Was it because of COVID?
No, I didn't.
No, your dad. What, he passed away. Did he get sick from COVID or?
No, he had a aneurysm in his stomach.
Oh, okay.
And in the town they're trying to get a surgeon. He passed away before they can get a surgeon to him.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me too. Still bugs me.
Yeah, that's horrible. No medical facilities up there that would treat him without?
Nothing close to where, close enough to get to him in time.
I see.
To perform that surgery.
Okay, so rescue showed up and they couldn't get into a specialist in time?
They got him to the hospital. They couldn't get a specialist or him to a specialist.
Okay. I hate that. That's terrible. That's I guess there's a lot of great things about small town, a Mayo Clinic. You're 19, but you didn't get to.
That truck stayed in Georgia until January 2021.
January of last year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Started having problems with it up there. So
right.
Through the process of putting a new transmission filter in and changing oil.
What kind of truck was it? What model?
It was a Ford F-150.
Okay.
Larry.
What year was it?
2004.
Okay, so that's one of the older engines. That's a kind of.
Yeah. And that engine is crap.
Yeah. Well, they don't. Yeah, those are.
It runs good while it's running, but that engine is crap. We start having problem with that stuff. Go ahead and start saving your money. You ever get one? Go ahead and start saving your money so you can buy a new engine and put in. Don't go trying to work on that regular stuff, man.
It's impossible to get the parts for them.
Huh?
It's impossible to get the parts for them because they have those.
No, it's not. They're just expensive.
Well, I guess that's why it's impossible to get them, because they're so expensive. So it makes it impossible for people like you and me. And the reason I know is I recently, last year, sold a 2004 Ford Ranger that I'd had for all those years.
Okay.
And I had the same thing, that loved the truck, had 200,000 miles on it, never a problem. Better off putting a new engine. Yeah, 4 or 5 grand. It would have cost it. They'll get a truck that's been wrecked. So I had to find a smaller engine, buy the engine from the junkyard. I tried to do that. That's because of everything in the car. And the truck was your daddy's? Yeah. And he gave it to you. You went up to Georgia and get it or something? Mm-hmm. And drove it. Did it drive? You were able to drive it back here? Or you have to tow it back?
No, during that time, I'm sure it was driving.
It was running?
That thing started giving me a problem around December 2021. Every time you get one thing fixed, something else went wrong with it.
Well, let me say this.
January it went down.
Do you have
that thing fixed in March?
Do you have any from the LPRs? Yeah. The not the. Give me one of the LPR ones, not the facial recognition, just one that shows the tag.
There's nothing that has facial recognition, you dumb fuck.
For the Crown Vic.
Crown Vic.
Yeah.
Crown Vic.
I just want to show you what we're talking about with the technology that they have these days. Okay. So for instance, so here's one where you were driving the Crown Vic on, this is recent, this is August 7th, 2022, 10:53 a.m. There you are driving eastbound on 8th Street at Davis Street, almost 11 o'clock in the morning. There's your license plate. There's you driving.
That's right after they started doing the pull camera, that date.
So we have a whole other.
Actually, that wasn't me driving. I was a passenger.
Oh,
that was Jimmy.
That was Jimmy driving? Okay. Well, I didn't pull up.
Some of them are better known.
No, well, so what it is, we have two things. There's
That was Jerry.
we get two different printouts. One is the.
I remember that the day that we went.
One is the car and the tag, and then we get about a week later we get the facial recognition. So some of these, there are times where I have this and someone else driving, but most of them are you driving. I mean, you don't deny that you're driving the car most of the time. Right. I mean, we wouldn't be here if that was the case. We'd just send you down the road.
Okay.
So that's what it is. So the truck, even though it was raggedy, it drove because you're driving it. And there's a bunch of incidents with you. Show me one with the truck, just so I can show them the truck. Did you, so you said that, did you ever get the engine fixed on the truck?
No.
What ended up happening? So here's the truck. Did you ever get the engine fixed on the truck?
No.
What ended up happening? So here's the truck. There's the tag on the truck.
Look at this.
So here's the truck. You show me one with the truck, just so I can show them the truck. Did you, so you said that, did you ever get the engine fixed on the truck?
No.
What ended up happening? So here's the truck. There's the tag on the truck. It's at New Kings, 5830 New Kings. But this is probably, a little while after you got it back to Jacksonville, 12/31/21.
Okay.
So that's probably after you brought it back to Jacksonville, correct? Okay. And I know it's been 6-7 months. Do you remember what you were doing on New Kings that day? I know it's been, you probably don't.
December 23rd.
So it's right before Christmas.
I don't know.
You're actually right at.
Probably went over to visit the tree hangers over there. There's a crew that's over there and visit every once in a while.
Okay. They cut trees down? Huh? They cut trees down?
No.
You said tree hangers? What's that mean?
I mean, they hang out, sit around the tree.
All right. So here's how I know it drives in April. There you are, April 2nd.
Okay.
And I know where you're going. You will too once you read the address, 103rd and Ricker. You did something to the truck. You had to get something on it. You remember what it was? You went somewhere and bought a couple.
103rd and Ricker.
That should tell you where you were with the truck. Tires? Get tires?
I went out there to
value tires, something like that, discount tire? Yeah. Get a couple tires put on it? You get flat or something?
No, they just wore out.
Oh, okay. So it's driving. So obviously the car's driving and there's
Wow.
Oh, okay. So
no, they just wore out.
Oh, okay. Something like that, discount tire? Yeah. Get a couple tires put on it? You get flat or something?
No, they just wore out.
Oh, okay. So
Why did you get a new tire? Or did you get a flat or something? No, they were just worn.
So it's driving. So obviously the car's driving, and I got probably 20 with the truck and about 15 with the car, with the Impala, where you're driving. So you're driving, but we know that. So was there ever a time it broke down, you had to tow it anywhere? Even back to your house or anything?
That was in April.
In April? To tow it anywhere?
Watch this.
Even back to your house or anything?
That was in April.
In April?
Right there. What does he say? He's the one that he points to Detective Johns.
It broke down, you had to tow it anywhere? Even back to your house or anything?
That was In April.
In April of this year?
Yeah, April of this year.
And you had to do, what happened?
Yeah. That time, that when the oil pump stopped working.
And it just wouldn't drive?
Yeah.
And did you have to tow it, or you leave it on the side of the road? What'd you do with it?
No, it got towed.
Where'd you tow it to?
Towed it over to Old Kings and Edgewood.
Mm-hmm. What's there?
Huh?
What's that Old Kings in Edgewood that you were towed to there?
That was I towed it to 5239 Potomac.
Okay.
Then I towed it to, I drove 5239 Potomac.
Okay.
Right there. I told it to 5239 Potomac. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, we have a verdict. What? The jury's in? We have a verdict?
Mr. Hathaway, the jury actually, they sent a note out that says, we have reached a verdict. I'm on 6. Mr. Hathaway. This will be filed as Court Exhibit 6. If the lawyers would please place their appearances on the record.
What the fuck?
Christina Stifler, Allen, Ms. Rogers,
We have a verdict!
for the state. James Hill, Jesse Dreiser, Jenny Nepstead, and Shannon Day on behalf of Mario Fernandez to my immediate left.
All right, thank you very much. Now, the jurors, I intend to poll them. Do you all agree?
Agreed.
They will be polled by number, Mr. Hathaway? All right. Anything we need to take up?
There you are.
All right. Let's bring in the jury.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in
Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated.
What?
Juror 23, are you the foreperson? Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? All right, thank you. If you could please.
26.
Thank you. The jury actually, they sent a note out.
What is this?
We've reached a verdict. Okay, if you please publish the verdicts.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense, please rise and hearken to the jury's verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 4th Judicial Circuit in and for Duval County, Florida. Case number 16, 2023, CF 2862A, Division CRB. State of Florida versus Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. So say we all, done at Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida, signed foreperson, dated 8/26/26. Verdict is to count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of solicitation to commit a capital felony as charged in the indictment. So say we all, done at Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida, signed foreperson, dated 8/26/26.
Thank you for publishing. The defense may be seated. Please poll the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 4, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 9, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 23, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 29, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 37, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 39, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 40, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 50, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 51, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 62, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 63, are these your true and correct verdicts? Juror number 68, are these your true and correct verdicts?
All right, thank you, Mr. Hathaway. Members of the jury, it's not lost in this court, nor the parties, that you all have worked hard, labored, and sacrificed a great deal in order to serve your community in this way. However, I do have one final instruction to give you. I want to thank you for your time and your consideration of this case. And I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases, and we've recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you're also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. And it will be up to you to decide whether you preserve your privacy as a juror. Members of the jury, I'm going to let you know that prior to your service as a juror, this court entered an order to protect your privacy, meaning, as you know, you've only been referred to by number throughout these entire proceedings, and that protection will remain with you for 60 days post-verdict, post-trial proceedings. So I did let the alternate jurors know that, and so I'm letting you know that. And so this instruction is also meant to tell you, and I'll just tell you in just common terms, it lifts all the prior restrictions that I put on you, those communication rules that you've been abiding by from the very beginning of this case. Those are all now lifted, okay? So you can choose to do exactly what this instruction says, preserve your privacy, but it's going to be left up to you whether you want to talk about your service or not. But regardless, let me say on both sides of the aisle, in this court, in the staff, in the clerk's office, in the court reporter, and everyone that you've interacted with, we thank you sincerely. We can't say it enough. Thank you for your time, your sacrifice, and your service. And with this court sincere thanks, you're now excused from your service.
Well, it's final. And it was, what, 3.5 hours? 3.5 hours? I think it was way too quick for a verdict, regardless. 3.5 hours. You don't stipulate to a killer. The
Great, thank
court
you.
did
Please
not have
let
to
the
prove.
record reflect the jury's left the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. All right. Mr. Fernandez, having been found guilty by a jury of his peers as to murder in the first degree and also solicitation to commit a capital felony, he is entitled to a pre-sentence investigation report. I would order that. Is that the request?
He is entitled, yeah.
Right, I'm asking. He can waive it if he wants.
Nelson, you got so fucking lucky.
I can pass this matter over
Not going to
for
be the
sentencing
same
purposes
next week.
to schedule October 5th. It's just for scheduling. It wouldn't have to occur that week.
You understand that the judge was more like, the judge took more time to almost have a directed verdict and say that there wasn't enough evidence.
This is passed to October 5th, and that's at 9 a.m. for sentencing to be set in courtroom 308. Thank you all very much. Court's adjourned.
Dude, Henry Tennant, for them just to say Henry Tennant is the shooter. Mistake. That's all I can say about it. You know, I get it going by the law, okay, but I mean, I do too many of these. You cannot, like, this is no way. To not have to prove that Henry Tenen was the shooter and not fucking, I mean, we're going to see what happens here. I mean, Shanna Gardner has a totally different case ahead of her. The jury just believed that, hey, you can just literally take advantage of Black poor people and get them to commit murder for hire and just drive all around and walk all around with guns and drive. I mean, just this is crazy, but whoo, I don't know. This honestly helps Shanna Gardner. But I don't think they're not conceding that Henry Tenen was a shooter. I mean, I don't know. Does Shanna's case involve the Ford F-150? Yeah, it's the same thing.
Afternoon. Could you please?
I think it's
state your name
nuts
for the record?
how quick it was.
It's Taylor Alexander.
So, you know, to have somebody's life in your hands and you make that decision in 3 hours, what fucking evidence did you go through? Think about that. What evidence did you go through? They're like, who else could it be? Dude, no murder weapon. No murder weapon. That crazy right there. I gotta go, man. I got nothing to say. That's woo! You better get yourselves real good researchers. If you want to win cases, get real good researchers to dig through your shit, put your shit together. And if you're gonna concede on a shooter and your person's connected, I mean, you cannot fucking do that. I agree with Heather. Agree with Murky. You know, I don't know what reasonable doubt is if you don't believe that. There's over here saying that what? There's no way that Mario doesn't know that Shanna did it. Why didn't he turn in Henry? Like, what are they saying to each other back there? I don't know. But somebody needs to inform people of, like, well, what was presented to us? I mean, Jesus Christ. We were told Henry was dead. Now Henry's alive. Now Henry hasn't even had his day in court. I don't know. I said I would have preserved the record and I would have wanted, I told you guys, mistrial. After what Mr. Mizrahi pulled yesterday, I am asking for a mistrial. That people should be able to not squeal on each other and get away with murder. So I told you guys about the truck, the white truck, the Ford 150 truck, and the victim's vehicle. None of them are at the crime scene at the time of the shooting, based on the state's timeline. How you do not use that is absolutely unfucking believable to me. So, but I'm gonna go actually have a lunch. I haven't had a lunch in a couple weeks. I'm gonna go and have lunch. It may be, oh God, I don't know. Woo, yeah. Like, yeah, I'm gonna have my lunch though. Mark B, send it on over and I can show it later for sure. 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours. That's pretty fucking fast. That's pretty fast. Hey, I better see John Biggerstaff getting arrested. I want to see Juan Biggerstaff getting arrested. Those are the fucking perpetrators. And if Henry Tenen's team does not point the finger at John Biggerstaff and Juan Biggerstaff and Mario Saldana and setting him the fuck up, y'all are nuts. Nuts. Henry Tenen was a poor man. was a poor man from the begin with and was a poor man after it happened. What the fuck are these people smoking? Okay, to a poor man, $10,000 is not anything. Even poor people know that. I cannot believe that they think Henry Tennant committed this crime for $10,000 fucking dollars. These motherfuckers in Jacksonville are dumb. Woo! On layaway. Okay, well, nothing ties Shanna Gardner to the case. So what are you going to do? Convict her too? Can't wait for this one. Can't wait for this one. But you know what? Thank God Shanna Gardner has Diana Nashi and Jose Baez. We've been waiting for it for 3 years. Let's see what happens. Woo!